Welcome back to ROADTRIpVIA, the road trip themed trivia game designed to be played in your car. Today we have the long haul number 8. The long haul trivia quizzes, if you've played these before, you know they're a culmination of a month's worth of trivia quizzes. This was the month of August. There are 31 days in there, including one of the boat trivia quizzes. So that's an extra 40 questions. There are 640 total questions in today's trivia quiz. Good luck. Question number 1. Born in Florence in 1452, he worked in the Seville business that fitted out Columbus's second expedition. He led 4 voyages to the New World and touched the mainland a few weeks before Cabot and 14 months before Columbus. The new continent was named after what man? The answer is Amerigo Vespucci. Question number 2. This comedic prodigy won a role on Saturday Night Live at the age of 19, starring in popular sketches like Mr. Robinson's Neighborhood. Who is this comedian who would later go on to voice Donkey in the Shrek movies? The answer is Eddie Murphy. Question number 3. Observant Jews follow this dietary code, which forbids, among other things, the mixing of milk and meat. During Passover, what dietary code becomes more strict, forbidding, among other things, leavened bread? This dietary code we're looking for is kosher. Question number 4. In one common story, this deity creates human beings by kicking a ball of mud. What is the name of this trickster god with canine attributes who appears in many Native American myth systems? This trickster god with canine attributes is Coyote. Question number 5. The title character of this work, a young pioneer, is represented by stringed instruments, while his grandfather is represented by the bassoon. What is the name of this musical work, a symphonic fairy tale for children, which consists of a children's story accompanied by instruments standing in for characters? Another character with canine attributes, the answer is Peter and the Wolf. Question number 6. Instead of laboriously untangling it, as expected, Alexander the Great simply pulled his sword and cut through it. As the legend goes, an oracle foretold that whoever could undo what intricate knot tied by the king of Phrygia would rule all of Asia. That knot is known as the Gordian knot. Question number 7. In 1993, 18 U.S. soldiers were killed while searching for Mohammed Farah Aidid and his lieutenants in an event that would come to be known as the Black Hawk Down incident. This battle took place in Mogadishu, the capital of what country? The answer is Somalia. Question number 8. He was Frodo Baggins's friend and the only original member of the Fellowship of the Ring to remain with Frodo to the very end of the journey to Mount Doom. What is the name of this hobbit who actually carried Frodo up part of the steep slope? The full name is Samwise Gamgee, but if you just said Sam, that's acceptable. Question number 9. According to some stories, Parvati created this god, her son, out of turmeric and had him stand guard while she bathed. Shiva got angry and cut what god's head off, requiring him to use an elephant head as a replacement. This elephant-headed god is Ganesh. Question number 10. Chinese and Korean printers experimented with movable type using wood, pottery, and bronze. None of these attempts were successful, though, because of their languages, which included many thousands of characters. What German needed only 300 characters to print his first book in 1456? The answer is Gutenberg, Johannes Gutenberg. Question number 11. In 2018, the kitchens at this man's home were excavated by archaeologists after having been built over to create visitor bathrooms. Workers in these kitchens included what U.S. president's enslaved chef James Hemings, who helped introduce macaroni and cheese to America? A debt for which we are all eternally grateful. That man worked for Thomas Jefferson. Question number 12. Pirates and sailors knew that citrus juice helped prevent it, even though it would be some time before it was understood that the real need was vitamin C specifically. On the homeward leg of his second voyage, Vitus Bering died of what vitamin deficiency disease common among seafarers? The disease we're looking for is scurvy. Question number 13. One legion from this modern-day country which fought in the Uruguayan Civil War adopted a black flag with a volcano at the center. That legion from which European country became known for their trademark red shirts, which they wore during the Expedition of the Thousand? The answer is Italy. Question number 14. In 1892, within sight of the Statue of Liberty, the U.S. Immigration Bureau opened a central facility for handling immigrants on an island located in New York Harbor. What was the name of this island where many people coming to America made their first stop? The answer is Ellis Island. Question number 15. On Columbus's first voyage to the West Indies, only 2 of his 3 ships returned home to the country of Spain. What was the name of the ship that he lost on a coral reef near the northern coast of Hispaniola? He lost the Santa Maria. Question number 16. The Greek Civil War, which ended in 1949, was one of the first proxy wars in this longer period of tension between the US and the USSR. What name was given to this period of tension that was marked by the creation of NATO and the Warsaw Pact? That was known as the Cold War. Question number 17. After this ceremony, a boy can be part of a minyan, or a prayer quorum, and wear tefillin, which are black boxes containing Torah verses. What is the name of this coming-of-age ceremony for a Jewish boy, usually celebrated at age 13? That ceremony is known as a bar mitzvah. Question number 18. This novel takes place in the religious totalitarian Republic of Gilead, and according to the epilogue, it is transcribed from tapes by Professor Piaxoto. What is this novel in which women might be classified as Marthas, econo-wives, or the title red-clad characters? Famously made into a Netflix show, the answer is The Handmaid's Tale. Question number 19. This country is home to the Sistan Basin, one of the driest regions in the world, and 2/3 of this country's water flows into the neighboring countries of Turkmenistan, Iran, and Pakistan. What is this country that is connected to Pakistan by the Khyber Pass? The answer is Afghanistan. And question 20. In typical theater, there is a so-called one of these structures between the audience and the actors, usually symbolized by a proscenium arch. Actors who speak asides to the crowd are said to be breaking what construct? If you're talking to the crowd, you're said to be breaking the fourth wall, like Deadpool does in his movies. Question number 1. This work contains a Spanish dance representing chocolate and an Arabian dance representing coffee, and it also contains a Waltz of the Snowflakes. In what popular ballet does Fritz break the title object, which was a gift from Drosselmeyer? The answer is the Nutcracker. Question number 2. In Shakespeare's play, Hamlet is a prince of this country. In real life, Hans Christian Andersen was from this country, and a statue of his Little Mermaid character can be found in what country's capital city? Looking for the country, not the capital city. All of those are talking about the country of Denmark. Question number 3. What is the name of the British philosopher whose ideas greatly influenced American colonists, namely that rulers derive their power only from the consent of the governed, and the doctrine that men naturally possess certain rights, the chief being life, liberty, and property? Life, liberty, and property was John Locke. Question number 4. One participates in legislation, alongside the other that consists of directly elected representatives of the people. The Bundesrat and the Bundestag are the two houses of parliament in what country? The answer is Germany. Question number 5. What word that means a large drawing room used for entertaining guests can be changed into another word that means a tavern of the Old West simply by adding a single vowel? A tavern in the Old West would be a saloon, so the word we're looking for is a salon. Question number 6. The 1st Regiment of U.S. Volunteer Cavalry distinguished itself in the battles of Las Guasimas and San Juan. What was the popular name of this regiment that was led by Teddy Roosevelt? That regiment was known as the Rough Riders. Question number 7. These accords gave Palestinians the right to self-government in Gaza. In 1993, Israel and the Palestine Liberation Organization signed a series of accords named for what city? The capital of Norway. The answer is Oslo. They were called the Oslo Accords. Question number 8. Derived from the name of the goddess of plants, flowers, and fertility in Roman mythology, what is the collective name for all of the different kinds of plants growing in a given region? All of the animals in a given region are known as the fauna, so the flora would be all of the plants. The answer is flora. Question number 9. First appearing in print in 1621, he was the subject of the first fairy tale published in English. What is the name of this diminutive boy whose adventures include being swallowed by a cow, tangling with giants, and becoming a favorite of King Arthur? Those are all stories about Little Tom Thumb. Question number 10. What was the last name of Gale, the American entrepreneur whose process for condensing milk offered the first way to preserve milk without refrigeration, and who made a fortune supplying that condensed milk to the Union Army? If you're familiar with modern milk companies, this is still one of them. I know you can buy it at Quick Trip. The answer is Borden. Her name was Gail Borden from the Borden Milk Company. Question number 11. What was the name of the 16th century Polish astronomer who advanced the theory that the Earth and all the other planets revolve around the Sun in individual orbits while spinning on their axis? Axes? Axis. We'll go with axis. This Polish astronomer, his name was Copernicus. Nicholas Copernicus. Question number 12. Richard Nixon's political career began to unravel when 5 men were caught trying to break into what Washington, D.C. hotel and office complex, the site of the Democratic National Committee headquarters? That scandal was known as the Watergate scandal because that hotel and office complex was called Watergate. Question number 13. What is the family of deep-sea cephalopod mollusks? The fictional vessel created by Jules Verne that appears in 2 of his novels, and the American nuclear submarine that all share the same name. What is that name? The name shared by all 3 is Nautilus. Question number 14. What distinctive and dramatic geological feature opened up approximately 65 million years ago and extends almost 3,000 miles from northern Syria down the eastern side of the African continent to central Mozambique. The answer is the Great Rift Valley. Question number 15. Due to this king's madness, which may have been caused by porphyria, his son ruled as Prince Regent from 1811 to 1820. What is the name and number of this English king, a member of the House of Hanover who began his reign in 1760? This mad king was George III. Question 16. The larvae are free swimming, but when they find a suitable hard surface, they glue themselves to it by means of a gland on their heads. What are these marine creatures that then secrete shell plates around their body which protect them, but leave them immobile for the rest of their lives? The answer is barnacles. Question number 17. In 2006, George Bush signed a proclamation designating some 140,000 square miles of ocean adjacent to what state as a national monument, thus creating the largest single conservation area in the history of the U.S. We're looking for the state that touches the ocean. The answer is Hawaii. Question number 18. On Dia de los Muertos, or the Day of the Dead, representations of these objects called calaveras are placed on ofrendas as offerings. People may also paint their faces to resemble what type of objects? The answer is skulls. Question number 19. A painting by N.C. Wyeth depicts a bearded man returning home after a 20-year sleep, only to find his house in ruins and his wife gone. Who is this man, created by Washington Irving? The man of the 20-year nap is Rip Van Winkle. And question 20. What is the term for a joke exploiting the different possible meanings of a word that is illustrated in these examples? Like, if you don't pay your exorcist, you will get repossessed, or you'll be stuck with your debt if you can't budget. If you can't budget, get it? It's a pun. A pun is the play on word we're looking for. Question number 1. It weighs barely 0.07 ounces with a body about 1.5 to 2 inches long. The American pygmy version of what animal is North America's smallest mammal? It is the American pygmy shrew. Shrew is the answer. Question number 2. George Washington and the Colonial Army endured the terrible winter of 1777 at what encampment in eastern Pennsylvania? The answer is Valley Forge. Question number 3. What is the only one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world that still exists today? The answer is the pyramids, specifically the ones at Giza. Question number 4. What landlocked sovereign city-state within the city of Rome is the world's smallest country both in terms of area and population? The answer is the Vatican City. Question number 5. What is the nickname of the United States Permanent Resident Card, an identification document that grants non-U.S. citizens some of the rights of citizens? That is known as the Green Card. Question number 6, also known as a pilot house or wheelhouse, what is the nautical name for the part of a ship above the main deck from which the crew navigates and steers the vessel? That is called the bridge. Question number 7. On an alphabetical list, which of the countries liberated by Simon Bolivar appears first? I believe Venezuela is last and Bolivia is first. Question number 8. Unaltered preservation, petrification, replacement, carbonization, and recrystallization are ways that once living organisms are turned into what? That's how they are turned into fossils. Question number 9. What is the first book in the series of novels with these other titles? Anne of Avonlea, Anne of the Island, Anne of Windy Poplars, Anne's House of Dreams, and Anne of Ingleside? The book we're looking for is Anne of Green Gables. Question number 10. In 1751, Dr. William Watson presented what American colonist's first scientific publication describing early experiments with electricity to the Royal Society in London? The answer is Benjamin Franklin. Question number 11. The U.S. Civil War ended when Robert E. Lee and Ulysses Grant met at a courthouse in what Virginia town? The answer is Appomattox. Question number 12. What is the term for the geographic feature that once connected North America and Asia? The answer is a land bridge. Specifically, it was the Bering Land Bridge. Question number 13. An African variety of what kind of snake sprays its venom in a jet-like stream towards the eyes of its victims? The answer is the cobra. Question number 14. In the human body, what is the name of the joint at the junction of the humerus, radius, and ulna? That would be the elbow. Question 15. Most airships also called dirigibles, have an internal structural framework or a keel. What is the name for a non-rigid type of this buoyant airship? The non-rigid type is just called a blimp. Question 16. Edwin Porter, the director of The Great Train Robbery, usually cited as the first motion picture, was a former cameraman and employee of what American inventor? Edwin Porter used to work for Thomas Edison. Question 17. The Shuddering Wood, the Stormless Head, the Fords of Baruna, Deathwater Island, and the Flaming Mountain of Lagur are all located in what fictional land? Those are all spots in Narnia. Question number 18. What is the color of the helmets that are worn by the peacekeeping forces of the United Nations? The answer is blue. Question number 19. What Dixie outlaw became so romanticized through legends and stories that even Theodore Roosevelt once described him as America's Robin Hood? This Dixie outlaw was Jesse James. And question 20. What is the general name for those kinds of ants that, in huge numbers, are regularly on the move, have no permanent nests, and aggressively forage in massive raids? The ants we're looking for are army ants. Question number 1. In one particularly violent ballad featuring this character, he beheads Guy of Gisborne, who has been hired to kill him. Plays about this man were first performed in England, and those plays provide the first recorded appearances of what man's sidekicks Maid Marian and Friar Tuck? As usual, we get started with a nice easy one. Robin Hood. Start warming that brain up. Question number 2. This artist starred in the semi-autobiographical film 8 Mile, for which he recorded the song Lose Yourself, and he released Kill Shot during a high-profile feud with Machine Gun Kelly. What is the real name of this rapper, known as Eminem, who also goes by Slim Shady? I'm looking for his real first and last name. The answer is Marshall Mathers. Question number 3. In the tortoise section of the humorous French musical suite The Carnival of the Animals, the music for what high-kicking French dance is played agonizingly slowly by the strings section? We're looking for the name of that high-kicking French dance. The answer is the can-can. Question number 4. Originally, the meadow-peas carved on the south side of the Parthenon depicted the war between the Lapiths and what type of half-man, half-horse creatures from Greek mythology? What's the name for the half-man, half-horse creatures from Greek mythology? The answer is centaurs. Question number 5. This mountain range contains Mount Katahdin, which marks one end of a trail named for this mountain range. The highest of these mountains is Mount Mitchell in North Carolina, and sub-ranges of what mountain range are the Blue Ridge and the White Mountains? The answer is the Appalachian Mountains. Question number 6. This novel's title character loves Dulcinea and is dubbed the Knight of the Sorrowful Countenance. Who is this novel's title character who comes from La Mancha and tilts at windmills believing they are giants? The answer is Don Quixote, the man of La Mancha. Question number 7. Following an attack on 2 U.S. destroyers in the waters off North Vietnam, the U.S. Congress approved the Gulf of Tonkin Resolution, granting what president authority to take all necessary measures to repel any armed attack against the forces of the United States and to prevent further aggression? The answer is Lyndon B. Johnson. Question number 8. In this book, one figure trades his birthright for a bowl of lentil stew. That man's brother deceives his father by covering himself in hairy goatskins in order to obtain a blessing. That same figure loses an all-day wrestling match when his hip is dislocated, after which he is renamed Israel. What book is this? The answer is Genesis, the first book of the Bible. Question number 9. Catherine the Great installed Stanislaw Poniatowski as the king of this country governed from Warsaw, which at the time was in a commonwealth with Lithuania. Russia, along with Prussia and Austria, later partitioned which country? The answer is Poland. Question number 10. What was the name of the American film pioneer who produced over 70 major films including Cleopatra, The Ten Commandments, and The Greatest Show on Earth, who now has an honorary Golden Globe Award named after him for outstanding contributions to the world of entertainment? If you have outstanding contributions to the world of entertainment, you could win the Cecil B. DeMille Award. Question number 11. This organ is affected by Meniere's disease, symptoms of which include extreme dizziness. The visible part of this organ is called the auricle or the pinna. What is this structure that contains the organ of Corti, which contains hair cells and is part of the cochlea? The organ we're looking for is the ear, or your ears. Question number 12. The 3-day concert featured 24 rock music acts and drew a crowd of more than 300,000 young people. The Woodstock Music Festival, which occurred in what state, came to symbolize the counterculture movement of the 1960s? The answer is New York. Question number 13. The House of 60 Fathers is a 1956 children's novel about a little boy of what nationality who is separated from his parents during the Japanese occupation of his homeland during World War II. What is the nationality of that little boy? The answer is he was Chinese. Question number 14. The opening scene of this popular play features a coin coming up heads 92 flips in a row. This 20th century play by Tom Stoppard focuses on which two minor characters from Hamlet who are said to be dead in the title of this play. The play is Rosencrantz and Guildenstern Are Dead. Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are the answer. Question number 15. A machine for storming fortress walls, an 8-barreled machine gun, an armored car, a giant crossbow, a parachute, and a flying machine were among the designs developed by what 16th century Italian artist, engineer, and scientist? A man ahead of his time. The answer is Leonardo da Vinci. Question number 16. When a speaker insists an audience make one of two choices, he might say, "You are either with us or against us." Another way of expressing that thought is to say, "You are either part of the solution or what?" You are either part of the solution or you will be terminated. No, that's not it. You are part of the problem is the answer. Part of the problem. Question number 17. The Japanese divine creatures Izanagi and Izanami performed this action by stirring the primordial ocean with a jeweled spear. What was this action that in Greek myth occurred when Gaia emerged from a cosmic void? This action or this happening or this event is the creation of the world. Question number 18. In one part of this work, Nicholas and Allison deceive an old carpenter, John, while in another, the rooster Chanticleer escapes from a fox. The stories in what work are told by pilgrims such as the Miller, the Knight, and the Wife of Bath? The answer is the Canterbury Tales. Question number 19. The U.S. President is authorized to grant these under Article 2, Section 2 of the Constitution. President Gerald Ford issued one of what kind of reprieves to Richard Nixon, clearing him of any crimes he may have committed against the United States? This specific reprieve is called a pardon, a presidential pardon. And question 20. Charles de Gaulle once jokingly asked, "How can you govern a country when they need 246 varieties of this foodstuff?" What is this food whose Mimollet and Beaufort varieties are widely produced in France? They need 246 varieties of cheese. Cheese is the answer. Question number 1. In Basile's Italian version of this fairy tale, the title Princess Talia gives birth to twins, who wake her up by suckling on her fingers. In French fabulist Charles Perrault's version of what fairy tale, the title princess is awoken from a 100-year curse by the kiss of a prince. Should be a pretty easy one to get started with. The answer is Sleeping Beauty. Question number 2. This often effervescent process creates a molecule with an ethyl group out of sugars like dextrose and maltose. Foods like sauerkraut and sourdough bread are created using this process, which is driven by microorganisms like yeast. What is this anaerobic process that forms the alcohol in beer and wine? The specific term we're looking for is fermentation. Question number 3, because of the slash and burn agriculture needed to grow palm trees on rainforest soil, palm oil is usually not considered this type of crop. What is this term, which is applied to foods like coffee and cocoa, if their production does not degrade the environment or threaten the quality of the farmers' lives? Those type of crops are called sustainable. Question number 4. After this empire was defeated in one war, the Treaty of Sevres created borders that were rejected by Mustafa Kemal Ataturk. Mehmed VI was the last sultan of what empire that dissolved after World War I, leading to the creation of Turkey? The answer is the Ottoman Empire. Question number 5. What is the name for the fundamental principle of American government according to which each branch of the government has some measure of influence over the others, preventing any from having too much power? What is that principle called? The answer is checks and balances. Question number 6. Born in Leominster, Massachusetts in 1774, his dream was to produce so many apples that no one would ever go hungry. Johnny Appleseed was an eccentric who wandered around the Ohio River area in the early 1800s. What was his actual name? He was not born with the last name Appleseed. What was it instead? The answer is John Chapman. Question number 7. In this city, hundreds of stone lions line a bridge named for Marco Polo, who praised it in his travels. In a photo taken in this home of the Summer Palace on Kunming Lake, a man stands in front of a line of tanks in what city's Tiananmen Square? The answer is Beijing. Although back in Marco Polo's time, it was still named after the duck, so if you said Peking, that is also correct. Question number 8. When the Dutch controlled much of Indonesia, they forced the peasant farmers to grow certain crops. Among these was what flowering plant from the pea family from which a blue dye can be made? The answer is indigo. Question number 9. Ravi Shankar was known for playing what kind of instrument, often used in Hindustani classical music, which features several pluckable strings and numerous sympathetic strings that provide resonant sound without being played directly? Often used in Hindustani classical music, the instrument we're looking for is the sitar. Question 10. It is an expectation that most people might have about every person of a particular group. In social psychology, what is the term that is used for the generalized belief about a particular category of people? The term we're looking for is a stereotype. Question 11. This quantity for an acid can be determined via titration, and pH is equal to the negative logarithm of this quantity for hydrogen ions in a given solution. What is the name for this quantity, expressed in units of molarity or parts per million, that indicates how strong a chemical is? You measure how strong a chemical is by its concentration. Question number 12. Although scientists have since ruled this out, in the early 20th century, what did Percival Lowell believe he observed on Mars that led him to think the planet might be inhabited by intelligent beings? What did he think that he saw? He thought he saw canals. Water-moving canals. He did not. Question number 13. In the rhyme of the Ancient Mariner, the mariner's ship is cursed after he shoots one of what kind of birds with a crossbow, after which his crewmates force him to wear that bird around his neck. The mariner shot an albatross. Question number 14. After ivory production proved relatively weak, King Leopold II's profiteering from the Belgian Congo primarily relied on what crop that is harvested from the latex of trees and vines, and it can be vulcanized to stabilize it for commercial use? The answer is rubber. Question number 15. Clementine is saved from these creatures by Lee Everett in a Telltale game. In another game, a bungee version of this creature abducts Crazy Dave and is opposed by pea shooters. A special mode in many Call of Duty games pits the player against what type of spooky creatures? The creature we're looking for is a zombie. Question 16. What is the one specific term that works for all three of these definitions? The distance a signal can travel, the difference between the highest and the lowest set of values, and the geographic region in which a plant or animal may be found. The word we're looking for that works for all three is range. Range is the answer. Question number 17. Carrots actually can help you see better in the dark because they are rich in the pigment called carotene. Carotene forms what vitamin, also known as retinol, that is necessary for vision in dim light? What is that vitamin? The answer is vitamin A. Question number 18. In the 19th century, Tanganyika launched attacks at Lake Rotorua and the Bay of Plenty, starting the Musket Wars. The Treaty of Waitangi was signed by the indigenous Maori people of what oceanic country? The answer is New Zealand. Question 19. The Crimean Peninsula juts into this large Central Asian Sea, which the Strait of Kerch connects to the Sea of Azov to its north. To the east of what sea are the Caucasus Mountain Range, and beyond that, the Caspian Sea? What is this large Central Asian sea? The answer is the Black Sea. And question 20. In the Harry Potter novels, what character, with a first name reminiscent of a legendary founder of Rome and a last name that comes from the Latin word for wolf, actually does turn into a werewolf? The answer is Remus Lupin. Question number 1. Known as the King of Pop, what was the middle name of the American singer, songwriter, and dancer Michael Jackson? The answer is Joseph, Michael Joseph Jackson. Question number 2. What's the name of the tabletop game played by 2 to 4 characters where the object is to get your semi-aquatic animal game piece to consume the most marbles? That semi-aquatic animal is a hippo. The game is Hungry Hungry Hippos. Question number 3. What was the name of the American actor known for starring in gritty action movies like Cold Sweat, X-15, Hard Times, and Death Wish 1, Death Wish 2, Death Wish 3, Death Wish 4, Death Wish 5? The answer is Charlie Bronson. Charles Bronson or Charlie Bronson. Question number 4. What 3 words are repeated 3 times in the epitaph on Martin Luther King Jr.'s headstone directly under his name and date of death? Repeated 3 times. Free at last, free at last. Thank God Almighty, I'm free at last. Question number 5. First commercialized in 1786 by the German-Swiss man Joseph Schweppes. What was the name of the English chemist who first invented carbonated drinks in 1767? His name is not as popular, Joseph Priestley. Question number 6. What was the name of the mythological Greek king who turned everything he touched into gold, including his daughter Marigold? He went to console her, and he ended up turning her gold as well. That king was King Midas. Question number 7. The Beatles crossed the Atlantic and kicked off the British invasion in America when they arrived to play their first concerts in America in February of what year? What year did the Beatles come to America? The answer is 1964. Question number 8. Braveheart was released in 1995 and was directed by and starred Mel Gibson and was loosely based on the story of what 13th century Scottish leader? The answer is William Wallace. Question number 9. Which South American country hosted and won the first FIFA World Cup in 1930? The answer is Uruguay. Question number 10. When a value is followed by the term cubed, it means that the value is being raised to the power of how many? If something is cubed, it's raised to the power of 3. Question number 11. Cinderella is constantly tormented by her evil stepmother, Lady Tremaine, and her 2 stepsisters. What are the names of her stepsisters? The answer is Anastasia and Drizella. Question number 12. What was the name of the French painter and founder of Impressionist painting who, in 1899, painted the Bridge Over a Pond of Water Lilies? Famous for painting water lilies, the answer is Claude Monet. Question number 13. What were the names of the 2 young actors who played fighter pilots Iceman and Maverick in the 1986 movie Top Gun? I need both of the actors. The answer is Val Kilmer and Tom Cruise. Question number 14. How many face cards are in a standard deck of playing cards? How many face cards are in a standard deck of playing cards? There are 3 of each suit and 4 suits, so there are 12 face cards in a deck of cards. Question number 15. On the TV show Home Improvement, what is the name of the Benford-sponsored home improvement show hosted by Tim Taylor and Al Borland? What was the name of that show within a show? The answer is Tool Time. Question number 16. What was the title of the first and most popular of 7 autobiographical works by the American writer Maya Angelou that was first published in 1969? The answer is I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings. Question number 17. What is America's westernmost state? Out of all the states, which one lies the furthest west? You might think California, but you'd be wrong. The answer is Alaska, even further west than Hawaii. Question number 18. The American basketball player Frederick Curly Neal played basketball for over 20 years on what popular team? The answer is the Harlem Globetrotters. Question number 19, completed in 1965. Which Midwest U.S. city is home to the Jefferson National Expansion Memorial? You might know it as the Gateway Arch. That is in St. Louis, Missouri. Question number 20. The Barbie movie that came out in 2023 has made over $1 billion in worldwide box office sales. What is Barbie's full name, first, middle, and last? The answer is Barbara Millicent Roberts. Question 21. With the front two being much larger than the rest, how many total legs does an average lobster have? A lobster is known as a decapod because it has 10 legs. Question number 22. What is the name of the film franchise that focuses on a television game show where impoverished children from each district fight to the death? That show was called The Hunger Games. Question 23. The two M's in M&M's represent the last names of the founder of the Newark Company and the son of Hershey Chocolate's president. What are those two last names? The answer is Mars and Murray. Question 24. What was the name of the comedian who was Saturday Night Live's guest host on their first episode ever in October of 1975? The answer is George Carlin. Question number 25. There are 60 seconds in a minute and 60 minutes in an hour and 24 hours in a day. How many seconds total are there in that single day? The answer is 86,400. Question 26. There are only 3 movies that were Best Picture Oscar winners that have only 4 letters in the title. Name any of those 3 movies. The 3 movies with 4 letters are Gigi, Argo, and Coda. Question 27. According to Article 2 of the U.S. Constitution, the U.S. President must be a natural-born citizen, be at least 35 years old, and must have been a resident of the U.S. for how many years? You must be a resident for at least 14 years. Question number 28. Actor Nicolas Cage is the nephew of what famous motion picture director? He changed his name to see if he could make it on his own because his uncle was Francis Ford Coppola. Question number 29. What are the only 2 dwarves in Snow White and 7 Dwarfs whose names do not end with a Y? The answer is Doc and Bashful. Question number 30. What was the title of the 2015 Frontier action film for which Leonardo DiCaprio won his first Oscar after being brutally mauled by a bear on screen? That movie was called The Revenant. Question 31. With the broadcast of Video Killed the Radio Star by the Buggles, MTV debuted just after midnight on August 1st of what year? The answer is 1981. Question 32. Allowing them to sprint over 40 miles per hour, how many toes are on the foot of an ostrich? Unlike most birds, ostriches only have 2 toes. Question number 33. In the movie The Wizard of Oz, Dorothy meets up with the Lion, the Tin Man, and the Scarecrow. Each wants a gift from the Great Wizard. What did the Scarecrow want? The Scarecrow wanted a brain. Question 34. When a golfer wins the Masters tournament at the Augusta National Golf Course, they are presented with a jacket made of what color? The answer is green. Green jacket. Question number 35. Before this band evolved into the Beatles, all of the members of this group, except Ringo Starr, were a part of what other British rock band? Ringo wasn't in it, but everyone else was. They were the Quarrymen. Question number 36. In 1877, the trademark was registered with the U.S. Patent Office. What company had the first official trademark in the U.S. for a breakfast cereal? The answer is Quaker Oats. Question 37. When referring to the automobile industry, what does the acronym BMW stand for in English? I guess you can give it to me in German as well. English might be a little easier. BMW stands for Bavarian Motor Works. Question number 38. Born in Budapest in March of 1874, what was the stage name of Eric Weiss, who immigrated to America with his family when he was very young? You know Mr. Weiss as Harry Houdini. Question 39. In the late 1990s, what American fast food restaurant used a pet chihuahua as their primary mascot in advertisements and commercials? The answer is Taco Bell. Question number 40. Which country dominates the sport of synchronized swimming and has won every Olympic synchronized swimming gold medal of the 21st century? The answer is Russia. And I don't think it's called synchronized swimming anymore. I think they've changed it to artistic swimming. But Russia's still the top dog. Although other European navigators may have sighted the Florida peninsula before, Ponce de Leon is credited with the first recorded landing and the first detailed exploration of the Florida coast. What was the Spanish explorer searching for when he came across Florida? Ponce de Leon and his crew were looking for the Fountain of Youth. Question number 2. This element is extracted with molten cryolite in the Hall-Héroult process. Because it was more valuable than silver in 1884, this element was used for the capstone of the Washington Monument. The ore bauxite is the primary source of what metal, which is the most abundant metal in the Earth's crust? The ore bauxite is the primary source of aluminum. Question number 3. This country's colonial empire included African possessions in what is now Angola and Mozambique, and forts to protect Indian trade in Goa and Mumbai. What is this European country that sponsored caravel voyages by Vasco da Gama and Pedro Cabral during the Age of Discovery? The answer is Portugal. Question number 4. This work, written as advice for the Medici family, notes that it is safer to be feared than to be loved, but a ruler should hope to be both feared and loved. What is the title of this 1532 work of political philosophy by Niccolo Machiavelli, named for its intended royal reader? The name of that work was The Prince. Question number 5. This man became vice president after Federalists switched their support to Thomas Jefferson and was nearly indicted in New Jersey for slaying a political rival in a duel at Weehawken. What is the name of this American statesman who ruined his political career by killing Alexander Hamilton? The answer is Aaron Burr. Question number 6. The enchanted title object of this opera is given to Tamino, who plays it to protect himself in a series of trials. What is the name of this 1791 opera in which the Queen sings an aria with a series of famously high notes? The enchanted title object is the Magic Flute. Question number 7. Aaron Ogden, a business partner of Fulton and Livingston, sued Thomas Gibbons for illegally operating a steamboat between New Jersey and New York. That steamboat was captained by what famous commodore, who later built a steamboat and railroad empire? This commodore was Cornelius Vanderbilt. Question number 8. The shorter caped, sleeved version is called an ulster coat. Named for a city in Scotland, what is the type of overcoat that has a detachable cape and was popular in the mid to late 1800s and is often seen in depictions of Sherlock Holmes along with his deerstalker cap? This caped overcoat is called an Inverness coat. Inverness is the answer. Question number 9. Gerald Ford became president because he was vice president when Nixon resigned. He had become vice president in accordance with what constitutional amendment, which clarified presidential succession, that was adopted in 1967? The amendment that we're looking for is the 25th Amendment. Question number 10. The protests in Syria began as part of this broad set of revolutions in the Middle East in 2010 and 2011. What name was given to this period that began in Tunisia and resulted in government changes in Egypt, Libya, and Yemen? The name we're looking for is the Arab Spring. Question 11. While YouTube dominates pre-recorded footage, this website reigns supreme in live streams. Due to its acquisition by Amazon, Prime members can subscribe to one channel on what popular gaming website for free each month? If I had enough time, I would host live streams over there on Twitch, but I don't, so for the time being, we're sticking around on YouTube. Twitch was the answer though. Question number 12. As another option, you could ask every American in the country, period. Doing so doesn't create sample data, but rather one of these sets of information. The US government does one of what procedure every 10 years to count the population of the US? Every 10 years, the US government performs a census. Question number 13. In the east of this desert, the salty Lake Turkana is threatened by a dam on the Omo River. The large-eared fennec fox lives in what large desert, where two grand ergs lie in the shadow of the Atlas Mountains to its north? This large desert is the Sahara Desert. Question number 14. These creatures included the dryads, the spirits of trees and forests, and the naiads, the spirits of rivers and waterways. What is the name for these semi-divine creatures from Greek myths, feminine spirits attached to specific natural features? These little semi-divine creatures were called nymphs. Question 15. Jesus' parable of the pearl of great price appears in this gospel, the first book in the New Testament. What is this book that is named for its apparent author that precedes the books of Mark, Luke, and John? Before John, Luke, and Mark is the first book of the New Testament, which is Matthew. Matthew is the answer. Question number 16. There are about 30 of these between the Sun and Neptune, and exactly one between the Sun and the Earth. What is the name for this unit of measurement that is equal to about 93 million miles? "93 million miles equals 1 astronomical unit." Question number 17. The main reason was their humanitarian efforts during the 2 world wars. What is the name of the organization that is the only organization to win the Nobel Peace Prize 3 separate times? One in 1917, one in 1944, and one in 1963. The answer is the Red Cross, or specifically, the International Committee of the Red Cross. Question number 18. What is the name of the South American plain north of the Atacama Desert, where a series of namesake lines in shapes like a spider, a monkey, a hummingbird, and hands were made from rocks in the desert terrain? That plain was the Nazca Plains. Question 19. Ernest Hemingway used his experience, this time as a reporter, to provide detail for this work set in the Spanish Civil War. What is the title of the novel, which takes its name from John Donne? Robert Jordan works with guerrillas to destroy a bridge. The answer is For Whom the Bell Tolls. And question 20. Until they were re-erected in London and New York City in 1878 and 1881 respectively, the separated pair of obelisks, known as Cleopatra's Needles, stood together in what city for almost 2 millennia? Before they were moved to London and New York City, they stood in Alexandria for almost 2 millennia. Now, before that, they were built in Heliopolis, and that's where they were originally, which is modern-day Cairo. But then they were moved to Alexandria, where they stood for thousands of years, and then they were moved to London and New York City. That's where they currently are. Cleopatra's Needles. Question number 1. Ken Forsey, an inventor and author, created the toy. Worlds of Wonder distributed it, and it became the best-selling toy in 1985 and 1986. What was the name of this plush toy that came preloaded with a cassette tape that enabled him to tell stories while his mouth and eyes moved? This plush toy was called the Teddy Ruxpin. Question number 2. It is found on the official state flag just above the seal. It is also the name of the highest peak in the state at just over 4,000 feet. What is this plant that is also the official state flower of the state of Kansas? If you ever get the chance, go visit Mount Sunflower. It's beautiful. Sunflower is the answer. Question number 3. This constellation, with Gemini and Auriga, lies entirely in the winter circle. This constellation is never seen at the same time as Scorpius, and it includes a shield west of its third brightest star, Bellatrix. The supergiants Rigel and Betelgeuse are found in what constellation? The answer is Orion. Question number 4. The 15th, ratified in 1870, the 19th, ratified in 1920, and the 26th, ratified in 1971, are all amendments to the U.S. Constitution that deal with what specific right of an American citizen? All of those amendments deal with the right to vote. Voting is the answer. Question number 5. What is the word that starts with the letter A that can describe either an ancient Turkish breed of cat, a domesticated goat that produces the lustrous fiber known as mohair, or a type of downy coat made from the fibers of a rabbit with the same name? There are 4 different examples there of Angora. Angora is the answer. Question number 6. In the 9th century, Pope Nicholas made an official decree that all churches must display a certain animal on top of their steeples or domes as a symbol of Peter's betrayal of Jesus. In accordance with the decree, churches started using weather vanes with what animal on top, still popular today? I just learned this. The answer is the rooster. That's why weather vanes have roosters on top. Question number 7. In The Time Machine, scientist H. George Wells builds a time machine and decides to visit the future. When he travels thousands of years into the future, he discovers a post-apocalyptic world that is inhabited by the humanoid Eloi and what monstrous species that feeds on them? In the future, there are the Eloi and the Morlocks. Question number 8. The Lone Ranger began as a radio program in 1933 and aired until 1954, with several cast changes during its 20-plus year run. What Italian musical composer, known for works like The Barber of Seville, also composed the music used as the Lone Ranger theme song? I believe that theme is from the William Tell Overture by Rossini. Rossini is the composer. Question number 9. The Adventures of the Second Stain, The Adventures of the Three Students, The Sign of Four, The Five Orange Pips, and The Adventure of the Six Napoleons were all titles of stories written by what man? Those were all Sherlock Holmes stories written by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Question number 10. In a now famous letter to William Smith in 1787, which one of America's founding fathers stated that the tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants? The tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants, so saith Thomas Jefferson. Question number 11. The Providencia washed ashore in January of 1878 with a load of coconuts bound from Havana to Barcelona. According to early settler accounts, what fancy Florida town received its name when this load of coconuts took root in the sand and grew into full trees? That town is Palm Beach, Florida. Question number 12. Lake Ontario receives its water from the 4 other Great Lakes as well as from drainage from its local watershed. And then the entire system flows into the Atlantic Ocean via what deep water river? They all drain out through the St. Lawrence River. Question number 13. The current coat of arms of the Republic of Austria has been in use in its first forms by the First Republic of Austria since 1919. Though it is a Western nation, Austria's coat of arms has an eagle with what 2 Soviet symbols in its talons? The eagle is carrying a hammer and sickle. Question number 14. The USS Constitution was victorious in battle against the HMS Guerriere on August 19th, HMS Java on December 29th, and the HMS Cayenne and HMS Levant on February 20th. In which war were these battles where the Constitution earned her nickname Old Ironsides? The answer is the War of 1812. Question number 15. This creature was fed cake soaked in wine by the Sibyl of Cumae to help Aeneas pass it, and this creature so terrified King Eurystheus that he hid in a jar. What is the name of this 3-headed guardian of the Greek underworld? This 3-headed canine was Cerberus, not Fluffy. Question number 16. The order, "Don't fire until you see the whites of their eyes," was given during this battle, which was fought outside Boston. What was the name of this early Revolutionary War battle that, despite its name, was fought mostly on Breed's Hill? The battle fought on Breed's Hill was called the Battle of Bunker Hill. which was close by. Question number 17. During the 1970s, what term for teacher, or the Indian equivalent of rabbi, first became well known in America and Europe through the rapid growth of Indian movements built around such figures as the Maharishi Mahesh Yogi? The answer is a guru. Question number 18. What is the name of the legendary actor who starred in both a 1935 and a 1963 film called The Raven, but is probably more well known for appearing in movies like Frankenstein and The Mummy, and narrating 1966's How the Grinch Stole Christmas? This legendary film actor was named Boris Karloff. Question number 19. A type of field kitchen covered wagon historically used for the storage and transportation of food and cooking equipment on the prairies of the United States and Canada. Named after the food that they served, what were these wagons called that fed settlers, traveling workers, cowboys, and loggers? On the trails, they referred to food as chuck. These wagons were called chuck wagons. And question 20. In 1965, the Beatles starred in a popular slapstick musical comedy. The film ends with the credit, "This film is respectfully dedicated to the memory of Mr. Elias Howe, who, in 1846, invented the sewing machine." What was the title of this 1965 film? It was the follow-up movie to A Hard Day's Night. This movie was called Help. And nobody really knows why they dedicated that movie to the inventor of the sewing machine. Probably just for laughs, and it works. Question number 1. Number 92 is the heaviest naturally occurring metal element and has the highest atomic weight of the primordially occurring elements. Isotopes of what element, the most common of which are U-238 and U-235, have half-lives of 159,000 to 4.5 billion years. Maybe the U gave it away. The answer is uranium. Question number 2. In 1996, a brave mother cat earned worldwide fame by running into a burning building 5 times to rescue her kittens. She survived her injuries and lived to be 13. An award for other heroic animals was created in her name, which she shares with what spunky heroine of a famous Civil War novel and movie? Like Miss O'Hara, this cat's name was Scarlet. Question number 3. 52 million light years from Earth, in the constellation Canis Venatici, is the spiral galaxy NGC 4151. First noted in 1787, its resemblance to the all-seeing and malevolent influence of the Dark Lord in The Lord of the Rings inspired later astronomers to give the galaxy what name? Now, NGC 4151 is known as the Eye of Sauron. Question number 4. Rising an imposing 535 feet above sea level, Driscoll Mountain, the highest natural summit in its state, is marked with a cairn of stones left by those who have dared to climb it. Driscoll Mountain is in what state whose average elevation is 100 feet and inhabited parts of which are actually below sea level? That low state is Louisiana. Question number 5. Like the Titanic, R101 was British, luxurious, carried many distinguished passengers, and began only one overseas voyage before meeting a disastrous end. In 1930, a storm caused the craft to nosedive, crash and burn, and of 54 on board, only 6 survived. What kind of vessel was R101? The answer is a zeppelin, or an airship. Question number 6. Henry VIII broke from the Catholic Church so he could divorce Catherine of Aragon and marry Anne Boleyn, whom he had beheaded 1,000 days later so he could marry Jane Seymour. Before he married Anne, he had an affair with her sister, who bore him 2 children. What was the sister's name? The answer is Mary. Question number 7. Rudyard Kipling's Law of the Jungle instructs, wash daily from nose tip to tail tip. And the first law of robotics states, a robot may not injure a human being. What author wrote The 3 Laws of Robotics? Kipling wrote The Law of the Jungle. Who wrote The 3 Laws of Robotics? The answer is Isaac Asimov. Question number 8. In 1986, Lake Nyos in Cameroon underwent a rare natural disaster in which a gas dissolved in the deep waters suddenly erupted, releasing a cloud that suffocated 1,746 people, mostly rural villagers, and 3,500 livestock. The cloud rose at over 60 miles per hour and rushed down the valleys. What was this gas? The answer is CO2, or carbon dioxide. Question number 9. This man would gain control of the Eastern Roman Empire following his victory over Licinius at the Battle of Adrianople. What is the name of this first Christian emperor who issued the Edict of Milan, which established religious toleration throughout the Roman Empire? The answer is Constantine the Great. Question number 10. The catchy may be the reason black cats are associated with Halloween, since it is said to be a huge black cat and is most likely to appear around Samhain. Folks who put out a dish of milk that night will be blessed, but those who don't will be cursed. From what country is this fairy feline? The answer is Scotland. Question number 11. Having delivered the world's first atomic bombs to Tinian Island, the ship began its return voyage but was torpedoed by the Japanese and sank in just 12 minutes. The 890 crewmen who did not go down with what unlucky ship were stranded on the open ocean and attacked by sharks until only 316 survived. I believe they were out there for 4 days in the ocean. That was the USS Indianapolis. Question 12. Simo Hayek is believed to have killed over 500 enemy soldiers as a sniper during the 1939 and 1940 Winter War with the USSR, making him the deadliest sniper of all time. He was wounded and disfigured by an exploding bullet just before peace was declared. From what country was this magic sniper? He was Finnish, from Finland. Question 13. In 1971, Don McLean released a song about the tormented genius and tragic death of painter Vincent van Gogh. The song is actually titled Vincent, but often referred to by its first 3 words, which refer to one of the artist's most famous works. What is the familiar unofficial name of this song? The answer is Starry, Starry Night. Question 14. The Dragoon Mountains were an Apache stronghold until 1886. In 1877, prospector Ed Schieffelin headed toward them from Camp Huachuca, where the soldiers warned him that the only thing he'd find there was his own tombstone. He struck silver and named his mine Tombstone. In what state was this? The answer is Arizona. Question 15. Events that result in the theft or accidental launching, firing, loss, or detonation of nuclear weapons, but somehow do not risk starting a nuclear war, happened at least 32 times between 1950 and 2000, not counting the 1996 John Travolta Christian Slater movie. What are such events known as? What's the code name for one of those events? And the name of the movie. The answer is Broken Arrow. Question number 16. The fairies of Celtic folklore fear one element above all else. Only weapons made of this can harm them, and people riding a shod horse can avoid being taken by the dread beings. A horseshoe, also made of this, nailed over the door, shields the house from evil influences and bad luck. What is this element? The answer is iron. Question 17. Born Arjumand Banu Begum in 1593, she became the imperial consort of the Emperor Shah Jahan. When she died in 1631, her grieving husband decided to make her final resting place a paradise and commissioned what jeweled white marble mausoleum to house both her and his own tombs? This marble paradise is the Taj Mahal. Question number 18. Pompeii is home to a famous mosaic at the entrance to the house of the tragic poet. It depicts a growling animal warning away intruders and the words Cave Canem. Although more durable and beautiful than a modern cautionary sign, what same words appear on many a sign in many a language? Basically, translate Cave Canem. Roughly, it is beware of the dog. Question 19. Before the 2003 Colima quake in Mexico and the 2023 quake in Turkey, and others throughout history, luminous aerial phenomena were seen as though the Earth was warning of danger. Theories as to the cause of what include the ionization of oxygen and the local disruption of the magnetic field. What are these phenomena known as? I'd never heard of them, so I had to look it up. Earthquake lights are a real thing, and it's pretty interesting. And question 20, Billy Joel's 1977 song, Only the Good Die Young, about a boy trying to seduce a chaste Catholic girl, was preceded by more serious references to the early death of the virtuous. Isaiah 57:1 laments, the righteous perish, and an influential romantic poet sighed, the good die first. Who was this poet? This romantic poet was William Wordsworth. Question number 1. In the famous 1940s black and white movie, in what title city was Rick's Cafe American located? That movie and city are Casablanca. Question number 2. What is the official name of the 305-foot-tall green French lady who has been standing in New York Harbor since 1924? The full name is Liberty Enlightening the World, but if you just said Lady Liberty, we'll count it. Question number 3. What is the first name of Harry Potter's father? You can't say Mr. Potter. His name was James. Question number 4. What is the name of the 1969 Dodge Charger that was driven by the Duke boys in the TV show The Dukes of Hazzard? The Duke boys named that car the General Lee. Question number 5. Wayne Newton's stone fireplace in Las Vegas has 2 unique stones made out of coprolite in it. Coprolite is what kind of material that has been fossilized? The polite way to say it would be poo. It's fossilized dinosaur dookie. Question number 6. The 4 corners of the Monopoly game board are go, jail, go to jail, and what 4th option? The answer is free parking. Question number 7. The US had their own version of the UK TV show Steptoe and Son, and it starred Red Fox. What was the name of the US version? The answer is Sanford and Son. Question number 8. Officially, the General Grant National Memorial. Who is buried in Grant's tomb? The answer is Ulysses S. Grant and his wife. Question number 9. Created in 1951 and still in use today, one of the best known corporate logos is the eye that is used for what U.S. television network? That eye symbol is for CBS. Question number 10. What is the name of the electronic instrument whose eerie and ethereal sound is manipulated without the performer actually touching it? That instrument is called the theremin. Question number 11. If you walked into a clothing shop in the United Kingdom and asked for Y fronts, what type of clothing would you get? Y fronts are a style of men's underwear. Question number 12. When playing with standard dice, what is the sum of the numbers of any 2 numbers on opposite sides of the die? So on a single die, one number on one side, you add the number on the opposite side, you always come up with the number 7. Question number 13. What color is the skin of a polar bear? The answer is black. White hair, black skin. Question number 14. In the World Series of Poker standard rules for Texas Hold'em poker, what is the best possible hand that you can make? The answer is a royal flush. Question number 15. What is the French term for an impression or cast, like with a footprint or a tire track, made for use especially as evidence in a criminal investigation? There's a specific French term that we use. It is called a moulage. Question number 16. In the movie and the novel Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, what name or number is on the car's license plate? The answer is GEN 11, or Genie. Question number 17. When British people are talking about wellies, what are they referring to? The answer is rubber rain boots. Question number 18. In the Back to the Future movies, Marty McFly lives at 9303 Lion Drive in the Lion Estates in what fictional city in California? The answer is Hill Valley. Question number 19. What are the names of the cartoon boy and his cartoon dog who have a Wayback Machine to allow them to travel in time? The answer is Mr. Peabody and Sherman. And question 20. What is the official height of an NBA basketball rim? You can give it to me in feet or in centimeters. It is exactly 10 feet tall, or 305 centimeters. These teeth are slightly pointed and sit on each side of the incisor teeth at the front of the mouth. Humans use them for biting and speaking. What are these teeth called? They are called canine teeth. Your canine teeth. Question number 2. The German Shepherd who starred in the Roy Rogers Show was a family pet turned show dog. He was amazing, alerting Roy when bad guys came near, and then chased them away when necessary. What is the name of that dog? Roy Rogers' dog was named Bullet. Question number 3, called The Dog Who Saved Hollywood, he supposedly rescued Warner Brothers from bankruptcy. Rumored to receive about 12,000 fan letters weekly, this dog also received the most votes for Best Actor at the first Academy Awards. Who was this beautiful German Shepherd? The answer is Rin Tin Tin. Question number 4. This cartoon featured an anthropomorphic dog as a Florida deputy sheriff. Episodes progressed from Mississippi to Tennessee. Other characters are Muskie Muskrat, Ty Coon, Vincent Van Gogh, and Pig Newton. What was the name of this canine character? This canine character was called Deputy Dog. Question number 5. The original film was based on a true story which occurred in Japan in the 1920s. Even after his master died, this dog returned every day to the place where his master returned from work. What was the name of this Akita that proved a dog's loyalty knows no bounds? The answer is Hachi, or Hachiko. Question number 6. The two main characters in this 1955 animated film come from opposite ends of society. She's from a refined upper middle class family, he's sort of a vagabond. Together they fall in love. What was the title of this Disney classic? The answer is Lady and the Tramp. Question number 7. On August 22, 1972, first-time crook Sonny, played by Al Pacino, and two others failed in an attempt to rob the First Brooklyn Savings Bank. What was the title of this 1975 film chronicling this event that won the Academy Award for Best Original Screenplay? That was called Dog Day Afternoon. Question number 8. People do this to mark specific locations in a book. When buying used books, evidence of this activity is looked down upon, and any librarian would certainly frown upon it. What is this minor literary vandalism called? When you mark your spot in a book by bending the page, it's called dog-earing. If you dog-ear a book. Question number 9. As opposed to his boy hero sidekick, this dog was a lazy couch potato, appearing in the cartoon Tom Terrific, which aired on the Captain Kangaroo television show from 1957 to 1959. What was the name of this dog? The answer is Manfred the Wonder Dog. Question number 10. Based on a 1956 children's novel, with Dad away, Travis Coates, his mother, and brother maintain the family ranch. An uninvited, dingy yellow dog arrives and Travis reluctantly takes him in. What was the title of this novel that became a popular movie? That dingy yellow dog was Old Yeller. Question number 11. This was a 1967 American rock band. The band had 21 Billboard Top 40 hits between 1969 and 1975, with 3 hitting number 1, which I understand is the loneliest number. What was the name of this band? See if you can pick up the subtle hints in there. That band was Three Dog Night. Question number 12. Used frequently on camping trips, this small, commonly triangular canvas enclosure had room for 1 or maybe 2 people. It usually had a pole at either end. What was the name for this type of sleeping enclosure? That is known as a pup tent. Question number 13. In this movie, several puppies are stolen from a pet store and a St. Bernard puppy escapes, finding a loving family. Dad doesn't want it, but his family convinces him. What is the name of this dog named after an historic composer? The answer is Beethoven. Question number 14. Paul Anka sang this song in 1960 about the love felt during childhood and early adolescence and how adults just didn't understand it. In 1972, Donny Osmond released his version. What was this song? The song title we're looking for is Puppy Love. Question number 15. Drawn by Brad Anderson from June 1954 to 2015, this newspaper comic strip revolved around the Winslow family. What was the name of this Great Dane whose best friend was Carlos, a Balinese cat? The answer was Marmaduke. Question 16. This phrase originated in the early 1700s when people compared undesirable things to dogs. It wasn't that people didn't like dogs, but diseases were often spread via animals, sadly including dogs. What is this four-word phrase that is still used today for people who are severely under the weather? If somebody is very ill, you may say they are sick as a dog. Question number 17. This eight-legged insect known scientifically as Dermacentor variabilis is responsible for spreading several diseases in humans when it sucks blood from the host. Keeping with this trivia's theme, what is the name of this specific insect variety? It is not a deer tick, but a dog tick. Dog tick is the answer. Question number 18. The original version of this song was recorded by Patti Page on December 18, 1952, and released in January of 1953. A storefront novelty song, it topped the Billboard chart in 1953. What was the name of this song that helped boost dog adoptions around the country? The answer is, How Much Is That Doggy in the Window? Question 19. In 1913, journalist T.A. Dorgan, who was well known for rhyming slang, published the words dogs as a citation for his feet. Today, in reference to our feet killing us, we might say, what canine-centric phrase? I'm going to be very generous, and if you get anything close to this, like my dogs are barking, my dogs are howling, anything like that, we're going to count it correct. And question 20. Popularized during World War II, this nickname for primarily U.S. Army enlisted infantrymen appeared in print as early as 1935. What is this nickname that is thought to be attributed to the military IDs worn? Those IDs are known as dog tags, and the nickname was Dogface, which I hadn't heard, but I did look it up, and Dogface was a common nickname for U.S. Army enlisted infantrymen. Let's get going. Question number 1. In the story, Uriah Heep serves as a foil to the title character and contrasts the title character's qualities of innocence and compassion with his own corruption. In what Charles Dickens novel does this sycophantic clerk blackmail Mr. Wickfield? The Charles Dickens tale we're looking for is David Copperfield. Question number 2. This Canadian rock and folk singer had been making music since the 1960s and has made a lot of songs that are still popular today. What is the name of this artist who, despite his commercial success, has had only one #1 Billboard hit with his song Heart of Gold? Heart of Gold was a big hit from Neil Young. Question number 3. This American frontiersman, fur trapper, wilderness guide, Indian agent, and U.S. Army officer was born in Richmond, Kentucky, and was key to opening the American West to European settlement. Who was this Western legend whose final resting place is Taos, New Mexico? The answer is Kit Carson. Question number 4. It is a marine bird native to subtropical and tropical regions of the eastern Pacific Ocean. What is this colorfully named creature that can be found from California to the Galapagos Islands? Maybe it'll help you if I give you its scientific name of Sula nabauxi. It probably won't. But the answer is blue-footed booby. As fun to say as it is to see. Question number 5. This narrow body of water connects the Persian Gulf to the Gulf of Oman. What is the name of this geographically important choke point that separates Iran from the United Arab Emirates? The answer is the Strait of Hormuz. Question number 6. This professional baseball player, nicknamed the Say Hey Kid, had a career batting average of .302, 3,283 hits, 660 home runs, 1,903 RBIs, and 338 stolen bases. Who is this Hall of Fame center fielder who played for New York and San Francisco from 1951 and 52 and 1954 to 72? The Say Hey Kid is Willie Mays. Question number 7. In the popular series of fantasy novels by C.S. Lewis, 4 siblings find themselves in the magical land of Narnia. 3 of the siblings are named Edmund, Susan, and Lucy. What is the name of the oldest sibling? The answer is Peter. Question number 8. Sergio Leone directed many spaghetti westerns, and he often paired with this composer to score his movies. Who is this composer who wrote the scores for more than 400 television shows and films, but whose only Oscar award was for The Hateful Eight? The answer is Morricone, Ennio Morricone. Question number 9. As the father of the U.S. Navy, in 1779 he took command of the Bonhomme Richard, with which he did battle against the HMS Serapis. Who was this Scottish-American naval captain who was famous for raiding the coasts of England during the American Revolutionary War? I love reading about this guy. I love all the old stories of John Paul Jones. Question number 10. Water freezes at 32 degrees on the scale named after Daniel Gabriel Fahrenheit, and at 0 degrees on the scale named for Swedish astronomer Anders Celsius. At what temperature does water freeze on the scale named after a British physicist named William Thomson? It would help if you knew that William Thomson was known as Lord Kelvin, because on the Kelvin scale it freezes at 273 degrees. Question 11. The Colorado Plateau, a geologic area roughly centered around the Four Corners region of the U.S. and home to the greatest concentration of national parks and monuments, is primarily drained by what river and its tributaries? If you don't overthink this one, you'll know that the Colorado Plateau is drained by the Colorado River. Question number 12. In the game of Monopoly, there are 4 railroads. 3 of the railroads are Pennsylvania, B&O, and Short Line. What is the name of the actual 4th railroad that was most used for transportation of anthracite coal from 1833 through the early 1970s? Pennsylvania, B&O, Short Line, and Reading Railroad. Reading is the answer. Question number 13. Umberto Eco was an Italian novelist whose most famous novel was first published in 1980, and then was made into a film in 1986 starring Sean Connery and Christian Slater. What is the name of this novel and film? The answer is The Name of the Rose. Question number 14. The Madonna of Della Pieta is a very famous marble sculpture that depicts Mary cradling Jesus immediately after Jesus had been taken down from the cross. Who was the artist that completed this work in 1499? The Madonna of Della Pieta. You would recognize this statue if you saw it. It was by Michelangelo. Question 15. Now, the highest ranking official in the country is referred to as the Supreme Leader. But prior to the Iranian Revolution in 1979, Iran, previously known as Persia, was ruled by a monarch that had what title? The answer is a Shah. Question number 16. Native to cold regions with cool summers in the northern hemisphere, what species is this trembling organism named Pando that is located in the Fish Lake National Forest in Utah that is widely considered to be the largest living organism on Earth? What type of organism is it? It is an aspen tree. Question number 17. Japan is an archipelago of over 14,000 islands, of which about 260 are inhabited. 3 of the largest and most populated islands are Kyushu, Hokkaido, and Shikoku. What is the largest and most populated island of Japan? The answer is Honshu. Question number 18. In ice hockey, a player may receive a penalty and be required to spend a few minutes in the penalty box. For a minor infraction, the player must sit in the box for 2 minutes. How long must a player stay in the penalty box for a major infraction? A major infraction gets you 5 minutes. Question number 19. This novel, written by George Orwell, features protagonist Winston Smith and symbolic enemy of the state Emmanuel Goldstein. What is the title of this novel that was published in 1949? This novel that was published in 1949 was called 1984. Question number 20. This Egyptian politician and military officer served as Egypt's president from 1970 to 1981. Who was this member of the Free Officers who overthrew King Farouk in 1952 and was assassinated on October 6, 1981? This Egyptian president was Anwar Sadat. Question number 1. B.B. King and Negan from The Walking Dead have something in common. They both use what name for their instruments of choice? They call both of their babies Lucille. Question number 2. Who are the only 2 U.S. presidents that are buried at Arlington National Cemetery? The answer is William Howard Taft and John F. Kennedy. Question number 3. If you are a funambulist, what is your skill that has a long tradition in various countries and is commonly associated with the circus? A funambulist is someone who specializes in tightrope walking. Question number 4. The kiwi fruit is associated with New Zealand, but cultivation there did not begin until the early 1900s. Kiwi is native to which country? Kiwi is native to China. Question number 5. This situation requires them to move their entire head to look around. What bird can't move their eyes because they are held rigidly in place by sclerotic rings? The answer is owls. Question number 6. Thought to be a combination of the words tiny and little, what is the name for the small distinguishing mark you can see over a lowercase I and J? The answer is a tittle. Those little dots are called tittles. Question number 7. Makeup artist Joanna Balkan said she needed 40 bottles of sunscreen per month to protect what 1990s television show cast? The answer is Baywatch. Question number 8. Which uniform, inspired by a tuxedo-wearing rabbit mascot, worn by waitresses and bartenders, was the first uniform to be registered by the United States Patent and Trademark Office? The first one to be patented was the Playboy Bunny. Question number 9. What kind of pie is traditionally mentioned in the lyrics of the classic song Sleigh Ride? There's a happy feeling nothing in the world can buy when they pass around the coffee and the pumpkin pie. Pumpkin pie is the answer. Question 10. What profession would you have if you were a knocker-upper? A job that lasted well into the Industrial Revolution in the Netherlands, Britain, and Ireland. Despite what you think, a knocker-upper actually just woke up people, basically knocked on their doors to get them up for work. Get your mind out of the gutter, people. Question number 11. The fortune cookie was not invented in China, but instead in the United States. What West Coast city is reported to have served the first modern version of the cookie? The answer is San Francisco. Question number 12. They offer soft drinks, coffee, tea, cigarettes, candy, soup, hot food, and even beer. Which country has the highest density of vending machines worldwide, one for every 23 people? Sounds like my kind of place. The answer is Japan. Question number 13. What is the term in chess that allows the movement of two pieces, the king and the rook, where both can be moved at the same time? That is called castling. Question number 14. Nicknamed Scotty, this Tyrannosaurus rex fossil was discovered in which country and is referred to as the largest T-Rex ever discovered? The answer is Canada. Question number 15. What 1969 movie is loosely based on fact and tells the story of Wild West outlaws Robert Parker and Harry Longabaugh, who are on the run from a special posse after a string of train robberies? That is Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. Question number 16. Born Malcolm Little, which American Muslim minister and human rights activist was a prominent figure during the civil rights movement until his assassination on February 21, 1965? The answer is Malcolm X. Question number 17. Baseball is the fastest growing sport in Japan with sold out stadiums around the country. But what is the national sport that is a Japanese style of wrestling? The answer is sumo. Question number 18. What fruit lends its name to the following? A record label founded by the Beatles, and a tech company of which Tim Cook is the CEO. The answer is apple. Question number 19. Christmas and Valentine's Day are two top card-giving holidays. What holiday is number 3 with 139 million cards sold annually? The answer is Mother's Day. And question 20. This versatile fruit is used in sauces, soups, condiments, garnishes, and even drinks. Which fruit is the most consumed in the world and a dietary staple for millions of people? This fruit is a tomato. Question number 1. When the Olympics leave town, stadiums often become abandoned. When the World's Fair leaves town, many cities still have tourist landmarks. What is the iron structure that was built for the 1889 World's Fair that still remains the most visited monument in its city? The 1889 World's Fair, they built the Eiffel Tower. Question number 2. Forensic sculptors now often help authorities identify skeletons by making sculptures of their faces. What is the 4-letter word that names such a sculpture primarily of a person's head and neck? The answer is a bust. Question number 3. A dwarf kicks at one of these animals in Velázquez's painting Las Meninas, and a small one of these animals stands near the feet of a dark-clothed man and woman in a green dress in Van Eyck's Arnolfini Wedding. What are these animals that Cassius Coolidge painted playing poker? The answer is dogs. Question number 4. In an epistolary novel by this author, the demons Screwtape and Wormwood discuss how they can direct a human, known as the patient, to a life of sin. What is the name of this author of Christian allegorical novels like the Screwtape Letters? The answer is C.S. Lewis. Question number 5. In this novel, Walter Chase doesn't snitch on the protagonist because he is afraid of Meyer Wolfsheim. What is the title of this F. Scott Fitzgerald novel in which Tom sends his wife away from the Plaza Hotel and she kills Myrtle with a car while driving through the Valley of Ashes? Some lesser-known plot lines there from The Great Gatsby. Question number 6. This animal was the subject of a riddle given at Timnah after Samson discovered honey inside the carcass of one of these animals. This animal of Judah is honored in Rasta by wearing dreadlocks. King Darius punished Daniel by throwing him into a den of what kind of animals? The answer is lions. Question number 7. What was the name of the abolitionist that, on October 16, 1859, seized the U.S. arsenal at Harper's Ferry in what is now the state of West Virginia and was later captured and hanged for his role in the raid? The answer is John Brown. Question number 8. The pink one in Shiraz has extensive stained glass windows, and Al-Aqsa in Jerusalem is the furthest one of these buildings to which Muhammad was transported during the night journey. What is the name for these places of worship in Islam? The answer is a mosque. Question number 9. This continent is home to the Drakensberg, a 600-mile-long formation in the Great Escarpment, and Mount Kenya, which features over a dozen peaks. What is this continent whose highest peak, Kilimanjaro, stands over Tanzania? The answer is Africa. Question number 10. According to some legends, this man reached Greece as a slave from Ethiopia. What is the name of this ancient fabulist whose tales, such as the ant and the grasshopper, are cataloged in the Perry Index? The answer is Aesop. Question number 11. This term, which names groups made of equivalence classes from larger groups, inspired the choice of a capital Q for the symbol of the set of rational numbers. What is this term for the result of a division problem? Starts with a Q. The term for the result of a division problem is a quotient. Question number 12. In 2009, Stephen Hawking threw a party for people performing this action, but no one came. Faster than light speeds would allow tachyons to perform this action, and the grandfather paradox may indicate that this action is impossible. A wormhole might permit what staple action of science fiction? We're looking for time travel, or any variance thereof. Question 13. This author wrote long-titled short stories about the celebrated jumping frog of Calaveras County and the man that corrupted Hadleyburg. Who is this American author of a novel in which a medieval wizard builds Gatling guns to defend against attacking knights? This other long title is A Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court by Mark Twain. Question number 14. This location contains Lake Isa, which straddles the Continental Divide, and its obsidian cliff was used for tool making by the ancient Native Americans. What American national park sits above North America's largest active supervolcano? The answer is Yellowstone. Question number 15. What is the name of the Virginia battleground site where British leader Lord Cornwallis surrendered more than 7,000 English and Hessian soldiers to George Washington on October 19, 1781? The battleground site we're looking for is Yorktown. Question number 16. On one side of the African continent, Table Mountain overlooks this city, the second most populous in South Africa after Johannesburg. South Africa's parliament meets in what coastal city? The answer is Cape Town. Question number 17. This instrument plays a solo in the song I'm Getting Sentimental Over You and is featured in the standards Moonlight Serenade and In the Mood. What is this instrument that was derived from the medieval sackbut that requires little effort to perform a glissando? I believe a glissando is a slide down the scale, and that's easily done when you have a trombone. Trombone is the answer. Question number 18. While filming a commercial for this brand, Michael Jackson's hair caught on fire in a pyrotechnics accident. In World War Z, Brad Pitt's character uses this beverage to distract zombies, and in a quickly pulled 2017 ad, Kendall Jenner ends a protest by giving a police officer a can of what brand of soda? The answer is Pepsi. Question 19. In this state, a tree stump called the Old Man of the Lake floats in a lake created by the collapse of Mount Mazama. The cities of Eugene and Corvallis lie on Interstate 5 in which state, which is also home to Crater Lake? The answer is Oregon. And question 20. In a book from this country, 3 men in a peach garden swear an oath that they will die on the same day. The Romance of the Three Kingdoms and Journey to the West are 2 of the 4 great classics of what country? The answer is China. Question number 1. What is the name of the Roman goddess of wisdom, medicine, commerce, war, poetry, and the arts in general, who was the patron god of the Quinquarian festival in ancient Rome and is the Roman counterpart to Athena? The name we're looking for is Minerva. Question number 2. Though the Civil War did lead to the abolition of slavery, civil rights for everyone didn't come until Martin Luther King Jr.'s campaign around 100 years later. In what decade did the U.S. Civil War take place? The answer is the 1860s. Question number 3. What is the specific word that begins with the letter P that is used to designate newspapers and magazines based on the fact that they appear at regularly scheduled intervals, as in every week or every month? The answer is periodicals. Question number 4. The largest airport in the world, King Fahd International Airport, has a surface area of almost 300 square miles. This airport is situated in the city of Dammam and spans more than 192,000 acres. What country is it located in? The answer is Saudi Arabia. Question number 5. What is the name of the architectural style of buildings in London, like the St. Pancras Railway Station, St. Patrick's Cathedral, and the Parliament House, with its pointed arches, high vaulted ceilings, flying buttresses, spires, and gargoyles? The general term is Gothic, but if you were specific, it is Neo-Gothic. Question number 6. What do the initials BBB stand for when designating a 95-year-old nonprofit that urges consumers to use it to check out a business before shopping there rather than to just lodge a complaint about it later? Now that I think about it, I think BBB is older than 95 years old, but it is the Better Business Bureau. Question number 7. Chthonians and hot Jupiters are two types of these objects discovered by the Kepler Space Telescope. What is the term for large bodies found orbiting a star outside of Earth's solar system? Examples of these include Draugr, Arion, and Hypatia. If they're large bodies orbiting a star, they're planets outside of our solar system. They're called exoplanets. Question number 8. One of the effects of this agreement was the creation of maquiladoras, Mexican factories that import parts to produce finished goods. In 1992, the U.S. and Mexico, as well as Canada, signed what economic agreement? Those countries are all North American. It was the North American Free Trade Agreement. Question number 9. After the 480s BC, the Dionysia competition expanded its program to include a competition for comedy, though it had already been judging this genre of drama for some time. What is this genre of Greek theater in which a character's fatal flaw leads to his or her downfall? Those were tragedies, or tragic plays. Question number 10. From which country did the Nazis take the legendary Amber Room treasure from a 1711 palace built for Catherine I that is perhaps still missing and is assumed by some treasure hunters to be buried somewhere on Germany's Czech border? The answer is Russia. Question number 11. What word, beginning with the letter B, names both the old, fortified area at Manhattan's Tip, where the old ferry building was recently renovated, and, in the sport of baseball, names the pitcher and the catcher? In baseball, they refer to the pitcher and the catcher as the battery. Question number 12. Used to help distinguish between similar members of the animal kingdom, what are the two parts of the scientific name of an animal in the system established by Carl Linnaeus, as in Canis lupus for the wolf and Canis familiaris for the dog? What are those two different names? That would be the genus and the species. Question number 13. This man's design for the Hancock Tower included engineering faults that allowed the building's large panes of reflective glass to release from the building and shatter. Who is this architect who also used panes of glass in his designs for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in Cleveland? The answer is I.M. Pei. Question number 14. Hispaniola's political division also creates a language barrier. Spanish is the official language of the Dominican Republic on the eastern half of the island, while what language is the official language spoken in Haiti? In Haiti, they speak French. Question number 15. In Portuguese, the word bossa roughly means a wave or a trend. What is the Portuguese word for new that comes after the term bossa and designates the Brazilian music combining samba and jazz? That Brazilian music is called bossa nova. Nova is the term we're looking for. Question 16. The short stories Dark They Were and Golden-Eyed and The Locust are set on this planet. What is this red fourth planet from our sun, which is colonized by Earth people in the aforementioned science fiction stories? The answer is Mars. Question number 17. On March 23, 1743, King George II stood up when he heard the Hallelujah chorus in the oratorio Messiah, setting a tradition that still holds. What is the name of the German-born composer of the Messiah? You almost always hear it referred to as Handel's Messiah. The answer is Handel, George Frederick Handel. Question number 18. What compound word designates an actor who has learned the lines and blocking or choreography of another role in order to take over that part should the star fall ill or be unable to perform? Like Christine Daae in The Phantom of the Opera. The word we're looking for is an understudy. Question 19. O Captain, My Captain, and When the Lilacs Last and the Dooryard Bloomed were written by what American author, whose poems like Crossing Brooklyn Ferry and Song of Myself were collected in Leaves of Grass? The answer is Walt Whitman. Question number 20. This man's brother, Hasdrubal, was killed at the Battle of the Metaurus, after which his head was cut off and thrown into this man's camp. What is the name of this Carthaginian general who invaded Italy over the Alps to attack Rome? The answer is Hannibal. Hannibal Barca, but if you just said Hannibal, that's correct. Question number 1. Rock climbers flock to this country's Grampians National Park in the Great Dividing Range. Gulf St. Vincent is near Adelaide in the south of this country, and a sacred sandstone formation called Uluru is in the outback of what country? If you didn't get it with Grampians or Gulf St. Vincent, then the Uluru should have given it away. The answer is Australia. Question number 2. Mary Wollstonecraft was the mother of what famous author who wrote The Last Man and told a story about a creature that kills Elizabeth Lavenza while participating in a contest against Lord Byron, John William Polidori, and this author's husband Percy? What is the name of Mary Wollstonecraft's daughter? You know her as Mary Shelley, the author of Frankenstein. Question number 3. Scott Norwood's Wide Right Kick is one focus of a documentary about this city's NFL team's 4 consecutive Super Bowl losses. What is this city whose Anchor Bar is the birthplace of a recipe for a deep-fried snack covered in Frank's Red Hot sauce and usually dipped in blue cheese? That question made my mouth water. The answer is Buffalo, New York, home of the buffalo wing. Question number 4. While in Serendib, this literary character rafts down a river of ambergris lined with rubies, allowing him to bring treasure home to Baghdad. Who is this seaman who made 7 voyages in the Arabian Nights? This famous sailor is Sinbad. Question number 5. In Catholicism, this solemn holiday is a fast day on which no Mass is observed. What name is given to this holiday near the end of the Christian Holy Week that commemorates the day of Jesus' crucifixion? Easter Sunday is 3 days before Good Friday. Good Friday is the answer. Question number 6. Aardvarks and anteaters specialize in feeding from giant termite mounds in this biome. The Eurasian steppe, pampas, and Serengeti are examples of what type of biome, home to wildebeest, bison, and zebras, but very few trees? The biome that we're looking for is grassland, or you could have said savanna or prairie. Question number 7. Over 1,100 men were killed in the sinking of this battleship during the attack on Pearl Harbor. A floating memorial over the hull of what ship commemorates those lost during that attack? The answer is the USS Arizona. Question number 8. This adjective describes a rate of change that is proportional to the current value. This term names an operation that, when repeated, is known as tetration. Functions like y equals e to the x are known by what term that also names the repeated multiplication of a number, like 2 to the 5th power? The word we're looking for is an exponent, or exponential. Question number 9. Other stars of this show have included David Tennant and Matt Smith. What is the title of the popular BBC TV series that cast Jodie Whittaker as the 13th actor and the first woman to play the title Time Lord, taking over from Peter Capaldi? The answer is Doctor Who. Question number 10. The authoritative outlooks of legalism and Confucianism are contrasted by this philosophy, possibly created by Laozi. What ideology advocates a balance with nature, exemplified by the balance of yin and yang, and believes in following the way? The philosophy that I'm looking for is Taoism, or Taoism. Question number 11. In 1905, the special form of this theory was published, dealing with time dilation and arguing that the speed of light is constant for all observers. 10 years later, the general form of what theory, which concerns the curvature in space-time around mass, was announced? The special form and general form of relativity. Relativity is the theory we're looking for. Question number 12. The Berlin Wall fell 2 years after Ronald Reagan demanded that this Soviet leader tear down this wall. 2 years after the Berlin Wall fell, the Soviet Union collapsed, and what man gave power to Boris Yeltsin? The answer is Mikhail Gorbachev. Question number 13. America's Pacific Crest Hiking Trail goes through the Sierra Nevada mountains in California and what mountain range in the Pacific Northwest whose highest peak is Mount Rainier? What is the name of that range in America's Pacific Northwest? The answer is the Cascade Mountains. Question number 14. In his treatise on war, 19th century Prussian general Karl von Clausewitz described this concept, the uncertainty that shrouds war. Applications of what idea may include a lack of intelligence about the enemy forces, or, in a more literal sense, about the terrain of a battlefield? Clausewitz didn't write about the art of war, he wrote about the fog of war. Question number 15. What is the name of this 18th century period in which philosophers like Kant, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, and David Hume argued for separation of church and state, liberty, and increased reliance on scientific examination of the world? What is the name of that 18th century period? We know it as the Age of Enlightenment. Question 16. Plants in this group have parallel leaf veins and flower parts arranged in multiples of 3. What is the name of this subdivision of the flowering plants whose seed contains just one embryonic leaf, unlike dicots? Tried to give you a little hint there at the end. Unlike dicots, it only has one, so it is a monocot. Question number 17. This principle is often stated as the inability to exactly measure a particle's position and momentum at the same time. What is the name of this quantum physics principle that was first introduced by Werner Heisenberg in 1927? I'm pretty sure I've only ever heard of this because I saw it on the Big Bang Theory TV show. It is Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. Question number 18. This poet described Mary announcing to Warren that Silas is back in the poem The Death of a Hired Man. What is the name of this poet who wrote about a speaker who leaves no step had trodden black after finding himself in a yellow wood? If he's in the woods, it's usually Robert Frost, and this time it is. Robert Frost is the answer we're looking for. Question number 19. At its first showings, this painting was nicknamed An Iowa Farmer and His Wife, which irritated the artist's sister Nan, who was in real life much younger than the dentist who had posed as her husband. What is the name of this Grant Wood painting? You would recognize it if you saw it, but you may not know the name is American Gothic. And question 20. What is the title of the Hans Christian Andersen tale where the title tiny girl escapes from a toad, a beetle, and a mole, and eventually marries a flower fairy prince who gives her wings? This titular tiny girl, her name is Thumbelina. Question number 1. After this god's mother, Semele, died at the sight of Zeus in his full glory, this god was reborn from Zeus's thigh and spread the cultivation of grapes for wine throughout Greece. Who was this Greek god of wine, merrymaking, and divine inspiration? The answer is Dionysus. Question number 2. What is the first and last name of the American lexicographer and textbook pioneer who was born on October 16, 1758, who compiled America's earliest dictionaries and whose name still appears in the title of some current editions? We probably remember that his last name was Webster, but the full name is Noah Webster. Question number 3. For the 1967 World's Fair, this city built a biosphere and a model housing complex called Habitat 67. The latter was designed by Moshe Safdie, a student at this city's McGill University. What is this Canadian city? The answer is Montreal. Question number 4. In this novel, Katerina's testimony convicts the wrong man for murder committed by Smerdyakov. What is this classic novel about the murdered Fyodor Pavlovich and his children Dmitri, Ivan, and Alyosha? The title of that novel is The Brothers Karamazov. Question number 5. In the Chronicles of Narnia, this character represents Jesus. In The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, what is the name of the lion who sacrifices himself for Edmund and is resurrected by a deeper magic from before the dawn of time? The answer is Aslan. Aslan the lion. Question number 6. This philosopher described the 4 causes of objects in his Metaphysics, which some scholars believe are a series of lecture notes from his school, the Lyceum. Poetics and Politics were also written by this teacher of Alexander the Great. Who was this ancient Greek philosopher, the student of Plato? The answer is Aristotle. Question number 7. This play results when, for example, the ball is kicked out of bounds over the goal line by a defender. One of these kicks can directly score a goal, a rare feat known as an Olympic goal. What is this method of restarting play in soccer named for the position in the field where the kick is made? The name of the kick we're looking for is a corner kick. Question number 8. In a popular thought experiment proposed by Erwin Schrödinger, he posits that one of what type of animals trapped in a box can be both alive and dead at the same time until the moment it is observed. Schrödinger had a cat. Schrödinger's cat. Cat is the answer. Question number 9. A few different African mountains in Morocco have been proposed as the legendary southern Pillar of Hercules. The pillars are on either side of what narrow waterway that separates the Mediterranean Sea and the Atlantic Ocean? The answer is the Strait of Gibraltar. Question number 10. Take away your things and go. You can't take back what you said, I know. Opens a 2015 song by this artist. Who is this former Disney Channel star and singer of Naturally, Same Old Love, and It Ain't Me? The answer is Selena Gomez. Question number 11. With a steady hand and some help from this force, nearly 50 drops of water can fit on a penny. What is the term for this interaction between fluid molecules that allows insects to walk across the top of a pond? The two-word term we're looking for is surface tension. Question number 12. On October 11th, 1868, what was the name of the inventor who filed papers to patent an electric vote recorder for congressional votes as the first of his 1,093 U.S. patents, the most ever issued to one person? The answer is Thomas Edison. Question number 13. This character is revealed to be the Viscount of Greystoke after going to Wisconsin. The daughter of Archimedes Porter meets this man while marooned in Africa, and Kerchak, the leader of the tribe of animals, adopts what feral child after killing his father? That is the story of Tarzan. Question number 14. This protagonist of the Three Musketeers is beaten by the Comte de Rochefort upon arriving in Paris. After wounding one of the Cardinal Richelieu's best fighters, what is the name of this man who was then appointed to the King's Guard? The protagonist of the Three Musketeers is D'Artagnan. Question number 15. In this frequently adapted novel, Hercule Poirot discovers who killed the man traveling under the name Samuel Ratchet on a train traveling from Istanbul to Calais. What is the title of this Agatha Christie story? The answer is Murder on the Orient Express. Question number 16. A frameshift mutation in the NOD2 gene results in what inflammatory bowel disease, named for its American discoverer, that is caused by the immune system attacking patches throughout the digestive tract? What is the name of this inflammatory bowel disease? The answer is Crohn's disease. Question number 17. This memorial, whose face was finished in 1997, may become the world's largest monument. What is the name of this Native American leader who died after being stabbed in a scuffle with U.S. soldiers in 1877, a year after fighting in the Battle of the Little Big Horn? The answer is Crazy Horse. Question number 18. In this modern country, the 722 Battle of the Covadonga sparked a centuries-long war against Islamic forces. The Alhambra Decree expelled practicing Jews from this country. What is this country where Ferdinand and Isabella maintained Catholic power during the Inquisition? The answer is Spain. Question number 19. These objects are left behind after some supernovas. What are these stellar remnants, the densest known type of star that pack a mass greater than the Sun into a ball about 10 miles across, largely because they are almost entirely made up of a certain subatomic particle? This subatomic particle is a neutron. The term we're looking for is a neutron star. And question 20. An early thought experiment in physics involved a spinning bucket, meant to prove the existence of absolute motion. The bucket argument was devised by what physicist who also pondered the meaning of a falling apple, consequences of his universal law of gravity? I did not know about the spinning bucket, but I did know the falling apple was Sir Isaac Newton. Question number 1. Which Ivy League school was founded in Branford, Connecticut on October 9, 1701 and moved to New Haven in 1716? The answer is Yale University. Question number 2. When Seattle hosted the 1962 World's Fair, they commissioned what 600-foot-tall observation tower painted in astronaut white? The answer is the Space Needle. Question number 3. In sheet music, the notation MP notes a dynamic level of mezzo piano, while the letter F describes what loud dynamic level? The F stands for forte. Question number 4. Mutagens cause mutations of these regions of DNA, the molecular units of heredity. Alleles are variants of what entities? The term we're looking for is genes. Genes. Question number 5. What is the name of both the god who governed the Greek underworld and that underworld itself? The answer is Hades. Question number 6. What Frenchman and his colleague Emile Roux first showed that a dead virus vaccine could work when they saved Joseph Meister from rabies in 1885? What was the name of that Frenchman? The answer is Louis Pasteur. Question number 7. The Mason-Dixon line was set as the boundary between which two states? The Old Line State and the Keystone State. The answer is Maryland and Pennsylvania. Question number 8. What was the legendary war in which Agamemnon, Odysseus, and the combined forces of Greece besieged an enemy city-state? The answer is the Trojan War. Question number 9. The two transition metals that favor a full D subshell over a full S are copper and what element, which makes rubies red and steel stainless? The answer is chromium. Question number 10. In which U.S. state can Sturgis rallygoers visit the gold rush town of Deadwood in the northern stretch of the Black Hills? The answer is South Dakota. Question number 11. What is the name of the molecule that carries oxygen to the blood and which, when deficient in the body, produces the condition called anemia? The answer is hemoglobin. Question number 12. What is the name of this common indicator that is extracted from a lichen and often embedded in a namesake paper that turns red in acids and blue in bases? The answer is litmus paper. Question number 13. A satellite in what kind of orbit appears to stand still in the sky because its period of revolution matches the Earth's rotation rate? What type of orbit is that called? The answer is geosynchronous or geostationary. Question 14. Wealthy Egyptians' stomach, intestines, lungs, and liver were stored in what containers, which were decorated with and guarded by the 4 sons of Horus? Those are called canopic jars. Question 15. British officer Major John Andre was hanged as a spy on October 2nd, 1780, after plotting with which American soldier to capture West Point? The answer is Benedict Arnold. Question number 16. What is the alliterative 2-word name that designates a whirlwind of loose soil seen over dry land? Those whirlwinds are called dust devils. Question number 17. What is the common 2-word alliterative term for a meteor that burns up in the Earth's atmosphere? We call those shooting stars. Question number 18. What is the name for this athletic occupation usually held by slaves that fought in arenas for the enjoyment of Roman citizens? Those were called gladiators. Question number 19. What is the name of the university in Massachusetts whose leaders have included Increase Mather and Charles Eliot that is the oldest American university? The answer is Harvard. And question 20. This god is part of the Trimurti with Shiva and the preserver Vishnu. Who is this Hindu creator god that is usually depicted with 4 faces, each facing a cardinal direction? The answer is Brahma. Like pearl and coral, this gem is organic and unique in that some specimens have animal and plant material trapped inside. These inclusions may be objects like insects or dinosaur feathers. Prized for its beauty since Neolithic times, what is this yellow-orange gem formed from fossilized tree sap? The answer is amber. Question number 2. Ancient Egyptians trained these large, intelligent, long-muzzled monkeys to apprehend thieves and other wrongdoers, as depicted in hieroglyphics. The simian deputy would sink its fierce canines into this criminal's legs and detain him until human authorities took over. What kind of animal was this? They're on a lot of hieroglyphics. These animals are baboons. Question number 3. When he was only 16, Shinedown singer Brent Smith wrote a song about struggling with addiction and suicidal depression. It begins with the chilling words, "I've got a candle and I've got a spoon. I live in a hallway with no doors and no rooms," and pleads for someone to do what? It's also the title of the song. The answer is Save Me. Question number 4. Euro coins in denominations of 1 cent to 200 cents entered circulation in 2002. A map of Europe is on the front of each coin, and each country in the Eurozone chooses its own design for the reverse, usually a symbol representing the nation. What item is on the reverse of the Irish euro? The answer is a harp. Question number 5. 8-year-old Rhoda is an adorable little girl with the unfortunate habit of killing anyone who interferes with her getting what she wants. Her known victims include a schoolmate, an elderly neighbor, a caretaker, and a dog. Possibly the evil is in her genes, as suggested by the title of what 1956 movie? That movie is called The Bad Seed. Question number 6. This black, blistered-looking radioactive ore is known from the 15th century silver mines on the German-Czech border. Rich in uranium, it also contains a small amount of radium as a decay product. What is this ore's common name that Marie Curie processed tons of to isolate radium in 1910? The answer is pitchblende, or uraninite. Question number 7. In August of 1949, 15 smoke jumpers parachuted into a Montana wildfire site at the bottom of a steep slope covered in dry grass. The fire began to spread and the men began to run, but the fire moved much faster, and 12 smoke jumpers were killed. What was the name of this infamous canyon? That was known as the Man Gulch Fire. The answer is Man Gulch. Question number 8. The Black Prince's Ruby, one of the oldest jewels in the imperial state crown of the United Kingdom, is a dark red gem, but it is not a ruby. What rare, but less costly stone, also used in the imperial crown of Russia, and in much more modern jewelry, was identified in 1783, giving birth to the science of gemology? The answer is spinel. Question number 9. This abbot, mystic, and co-founder of the Knights Templar, canonized only 21 years after his death in 1153, inspired both John Calvin and Martin Luther. He shares a name with an alpine rescue dog that doesn't really wear a keg around its neck, but the dog was named for a different saint with what name? The answer is Saint Bernard. Question number 10. A temporary or chronic ringing sound in the ears is associated with some degree of hearing loss, usually due to aging or constant exposure to loud noises. Factory workers, military members, and rock musicians are at higher risk than librarians. The medical name for this condition is what? The answer is tinnitus. Question number 11. Unlike the fictional Rhoda, 6-year-old Carl Mahan was a real child who, in 1929, did away with an 8-year-old playmate. The older boy grabbed a piece of scrap metal and hit Carl, who, crying, ran home, stood on a chair, took his father's shotgun from a closet, and then shot the boy. In what state did this happen? He was the youngest kid ever charged for murder in the state of Kentucky. Question number 12. The Ohm's law formula wheel can be used to calculate power, voltage, current, and resistance. Using the formula P equals IV, or P, as in watts, equals current, I, times voltage, V, if a 120 volt incandescent light bulb draws 0.5 amps, how many watts does the light bulb produce? I don't know how anybody would get this. That's too much math for me, but the answer is 60 watts. Question number 13. Leon Trotsky, a Russian revolutionary who wrote extensively against Stalinism, was assassinated for his outspokenness in 1940 in Mexico City. The killer, Ramon Mercader, a Spanish communist and agent of the Soviet secret police, used what implement more common in mountaineering than in murder? He killed him with an ice axe. Not a good way to go. Ice axe is the answer. Question number 14. The Titan arum is native to the rainforest of Sumatra. This 100-pound corm produces a 10-foot inflorescence that looks like a giant baguette wrapped in petal-like dark burgundy spathe. Instead of sweet fragrance, it emits the smell of decaying meat to attract bugs, and its odor gives it what morbid name? Don't get this flower for your wife. The answer is the corpse flower. She won't like it. Question number 15. This 1927 silent film won the Best Picture award at the first Oscars award ceremony. In the film, 2 World War I combat pilots are rivals both in skill and romance. Its realistic depiction of air battles became the benchmark for future aviation movies. What is its one-word title? The first movie to win Best Picture was Wings. Question number 16. The wild dog of Asia is also called red dog and mountain wolf. Averaging only 33 pounds, it hunts in large packs and can bring down deer, wild boar, and even water buffalo. Its reputation is fearsome in India, where it is sometimes called the Hound of Kali. Kipling's stories tell of what fierce wild canid? The name of this red dog is the dhole. Question number 17. This director, whose works include A Bucket of Blood and The Little Shop of Horrors, mentored young directors like Martin Scorsese, Ron Howard, and James Cameron, and helped launch the careers of Peter Fonda, Dennis Hopper, Jack Nicholson, and William Shatner. Who is this king of cult movies? The answer is Corman, Roger Corman. Question number 18. This liquor, distilled from fermented molasses or sugarcane juice, was a necessity on Royal Navy and pirate ships. Its origin is Caribbean, but it is not known which island made it first, although a 17th century reference from Barbados refers to Kill Devil, a popular name for what liquor at the time? From now on, I'm only going to call rum Kill Devil. Rum is the answer. Kill Devil is a better way to say it. Question number 19. Pablo Escobar kept a private menagerie on his estate, and after his death in 1993, some animals, too large and difficult to move, were just left unattended, and by 2007, having multiplied to 16, were foraging for food, including domestic cattle. As of 2014, 40 of what exotic animal were roaming Colombia? There were 40 hippopotamus from Escobar's menagerie. And question 20. In 1973, a U.S. Navy ship docked at Port-au-Prince, Haiti. A crew member went ashore and bought some wooden bongo drums with goatskin heads. 2 weeks later, she became ill, and it was found that she had what serious livestock disease, sometimes contracted by butchers, tanners, and wool sorters? The answer is anthrax. Which female singer, born in 1964 in Cleveland, Ohio, has been active from 1986 onwards and is most famous for her singles Fast Car from 1988 and Give Me One Reason from 1995? The answer is Tracy Chapman. Question number 2. In the popular vampire book and movie series Twilight, what is the name of the vampire family, including the members Edward, Jasper, Alice, Emmett, Rosalie, Carlisle, and Esme, that Bella Swan meets in the town of Forks in Washington? Their last name is Cullen. Question number 3. Which North American country with a population of over 11 million, located on the island of Hispaniola in the Greater Antilles archipelago of the Caribbean Sea, has the capital of Port-au-Prince and French as one of their official languages? The answer is Haiti. Question number 4. Which character in the Star Wars series carried a green lightsaber and was the mentor of Obi-Wan Kenobi up until his death in The Phantom Menace, where he is killed by Darth Maul and was played by actor Liam Neeson? The answer is Qui-Gon Jinn. Question number 5. Which element on the periodic table is a hard silvery gray, malleable transition metal that was discovered by Spanish scientist Andres Manuel del Rio and has the chemical symbol of V and holds the atomic number of 23? The answer is vanadium. Question number 6. The first person to undergo this procedure was Saint Ulrich of Augsburg in 993 AD. What is the name given to this procedure where a person who is deceased is made into a saint? This procedure is called canonization. Question number 7. Which popular space video game trilogy running from between 2007 and 2012 and created by the popular video game company BioWare features the characters Commander Shepard of the Normandy, Garrus Vakarian, Thane Krios, and Urdnot Rex? All of those characters come from the game called Mass Effect. Question number 8. Which Irish rock band that was formed in Limerick in 1989 rose to international fame with their debut album, Everybody Else Is Doing It, So Why Can't We? And are well known for their hit singles such as Dreams and Zombie? Zombie is their big one. That is by the Cranberries. Cranberries is the answer. Question number 9. Which Finnish Formula One driver won the World Championship in 2007 before Lewis Hamilton's first in 2008 and Fernando Alonso's second win in 2006, being his only one World Championship ever, despite him coming close to winning several others? I know nothing about Formula One driving, but I know it's becoming very popular, and this guy, Kimi Räikkönen, hope I'm saying his name right, is the answer. Question number 10. The Titanic sank in 1912 in the North Atlantic Ocean only 4 days into her maiden voyage from Southampton to New York City, even though it was known as the unsinkable ship. What was the exact date that it sank? We know it sank in 1912. Give me either the day it started going down or the day that it officially went underwater. That was in April, the late April 14th into the 15th. Either one of those dates would be correct. Question number 11. What is the name of Dawn French's character in the English comedy show The Vicar of Dibley, which ran from 1994 to 2006, not including various appearances on comic relief sometime later? The answer is Geraldine Granger. Question number 12. In the Andrew Lloyd Webber musical and the Gaston Leroux novel, The Phantom of the Opera, who rivals the Phantom for the affection of Christine and also eventually is the one to win her over? I haven't known a lot of these questions, or the answers anyway, but I do know this one. I love the Phantom of the Opera. His name is Raoul. Question number 13. Which singer, famous for a band formed in 1983 which was named after him and released the album Slippery When Wet, released the solo album Blaze of Glory for the 1990 Western movie Young Guns 2? Slippery When Wet was by Bon Jovi. His name, John Bon Jovi. Question number 14. What is the general translation of the popular Latin phrase Carpe Diem, coined by the ancient Roman poet Horace and famously said in the 1989 Robin Williams teen drama movie Dead Poets Society? famous line from then was, "Seize the day, carpe diem." Question 15. Whitney Houston was an American singer born in 1963 in Newark, New Jersey, and she is famous for her songs such as "I Will Always Love You" and "One Moment in Time." What year did the popular singer pass away? Whitney Houston passed away in 2012. Question number 16. What is the name of the character in the book Les Miserables, played by Eddie Redmayne in the 2012 movie, who falls in love with Cosette, the daughter of Jean Valjean, immediately after seeing her for the first time? The answer is Marius. Question number 17. In the 1959 Disney animated movie Sleeping Beauty, a princess is cursed to die on her 16th birthday. However, a fairy alters the curse so that she instead goes into a deep sleep, only to be woken by a true love's kiss. What is the name of the princess that falls into this deep sleep? Her name was Aurora. Question number 18. Which 1818 Percy Bysshe Shelley poem is about the Egyptian pharaoh Ramses II, the title being his Greek name, that demonstrates the ephemerality of power and begins with, "I met a traveler from an antique land"? The answer is Ozymandias. Question number 19. Which ancient Greek, born in approximately 484 BC in Halicarnassus, is known as the father of history, as well as the father of lies, and is best known for writing a history on the Persian Wars? The answer is Herodotus. And question 20. Which battle in the American Revolutionary War took place in the year 1777 and was considered to be the turning point of the Revolution, as Americans defeated the British Army, which furthered the hope for independence? There's a specific battle that was the turning point of the Revolution. What was it? The answer is the Battle of Saratoga. Founded in 1984, TED Conferences LLC is a media organization that posts international talks online for free distribution under the slogan, "Ideas Worth Spreading." What does the acronym TED stand for? Honestly, I had never thought about it. I've seen TED Talks, but I did not know that it stood for Technology, Entertainment, and Design. Question 2. During the 15th and 16th centuries, the Spanish and Portuguese empires colonized the Americas and opened trade routes. What are these explorers/soldiers referred to now that in Spanish means conqueror? We now refer to them as conquistadors. Question number 3. It is highly valued, and one 280-pound piece found by a fisherman was valued at $1.5 million. What musky perfume is created from a secretion of the bile duct of the intestines of the sperm whale, as well as historically been used in food and drink? The answer is ambergris. Question number 4, written in 1972 by Richard Adams, Watership Down is a story of anthropomorphized rabbits seeking escape from the destruction of their warren and seeking a new home. What term was invented for this story to describe an instinctive freeze in moments of rabbit terror? The term we're looking for is tharn. Question number 5. This French monarch served from 1638 until his death in 1715 and has a verified reign of over 72 years, which is the longest reigning monarch in history. Who is this French king who was also known as the Sun King? The answer is Louis XIV. Question number 6. This phrase also became the title of a 1970 movie retelling this attack and the days that led to this historical tragedy. What was the 3-word code used by the Japanese to signal their attack on Pearl Harbor on December 7th, 1941? The answer is Tora, Tora, Tora. Question number 7. It was discontinued in 1980 except for restaurants in Orlando, Florida, Italy, and the Philippines. In the 1970s, McDonald's added what item to their menu which included pasta, marinara, meatballs, and cheese topping? That meal was called McSpaghetti. Question number 8. There are 2 parts of the human body that do not have blood vessels. One being cartilage and the other part being what part of the human eye which receives oxygen and nutrients through diffusion? The answer is the cornea. Question number 9. Ho Chi Minh City is the most populous city in Vietnam with a population of 9.3 million. During the Vietnam War, this city was the capital of South Vietnam and went by what name before being changed in 1976? The answer is Saigon. Question number 10. What is the landmark in Australia that is the most photographed in the country, that was opened by Queen Elizabeth II in 1973, has over 1 million roof tiles, cost $102 million to build, and was mostly funded by a lottery? The answer is the Sydney Opera House. Question number 11. What type of cake actually originated in Texas and traditionally uses dark baking chocolate with the filling or topping of custard made with egg yolks, evaporated milk, with coconut and pecans stirred in before cooking? It was not named after a country, it was named after Samuel German. It is German chocolate cake. Question number 12. One of only 14 bridge tunnel systems in the world, this structure opened in 1964 and saves motorists roughly 95 miles of travel in Virginia. What is the name of this structure that has had over 140 million vehicles cross it in the last 50 years? It is the Chesapeake Bay Bridge and Tunnel. Question number 13. This soft drink was first introduced in 1886 and was advertised as the cure for headaches and could be used as a brain and nerve tonic. What was the name of this product that was marketed as esteemed brain tonic and intellectual beverage? The answer is Coca-Cola. Question number 14. What is the title of this popular novelty song, originally recorded by Patti Page in 1952, that reached number 1 in the Billboard and the UK single charts that the American Kennel Club and Humane Society credit with a tremendous increase in canine adoptions? The answer is, how much is that doggy in the window? Now, if you watched yesterday's quiz, you know that we had a very similar question pop up, and in fact, the answer was the name of that song, How Much Is That Doggy in the Window? But that quiz from yesterday was written a year ago, and I had not thought about it until a couple of days ago, and this quiz today was prepared well over a week ago and put into this place. And the odds of that question popping up twice, we've done 25,000 plus questions on this channel, and the fact that that unique question that I've never heard of ever before pops up the day after it pops up for the first time. I try not to do repeat questions, especially on back-to-back days, but I thought that was such a unique question that I just left it in. Question 15. What aquatic mammal, to continue breathing while swimming, rests only half of its brain at a time, while the other half remains awake? That means they literally sleep with one eye open. We're just looking for the general term of this animal. The answer is the dolphin. Question number 16. Harvey is a 1950 American comedy drama film starring James Stewart that centers on a man whose best friend is named Harvey, an invisible 6-foot 3.5-inch animal, which leads his sister to trying to have him committed to a sanatorium. What type of animal was Harvey? The answer is a rabbit. Question number 17. What is the title of this novel by Mark Twain that is sometimes credited as the foundational work in time travel, where Hank Morgan is suddenly hurled into the past and by introducing modern inventions, makes people believe that he is a powerful magician? The name of that novel is A Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court. Question number 18. This K-pop song by South Korean rapper Psy was released on July 15th, 2012, and the title refers to the nouveau rich lifestyles associated with certain regions of Seoul. What is the title of the song recognized as the first YouTube video to hit 1 billion views? The name of that song was Gangnam Style. Question 19. This toy's history can be traced back to 500 BC, and it became a fad popularized in 1958 by Whammo and named after a Hawaiian dance of the 18th century. What toy was banned in 1958 in Japan and Indonesia on the grounds of public indecency? The answer is the hula hoop. And question 20. Dr. Joseph Bell was a Scottish surgeon and lecturer at the Medical School of the University of Edinburgh of the 19th century and is best known as an inspiration to which literary character known for his observation, deduction, forensic science, and logical reasoning? This literary character is Sherlock Holmes. Question number 1. As of 2023, how many horses have won the American Triple Crown that consists of the Kentucky Derby, the Preakness, and the Belmont Stakes? The answer is only 13. Question number 2. What young actor famously kicked Elvis in the shin in 1963's It Happened at the World's Fair, and then later portrayed him in the 1979 film Elvis? The answer is Kurt Russell. Question number 3. What is the only country today that does not have a rectangular national flag? Instead, it consists of 2 united pennant shapes. We're looking for the name of the country. The answer is Nepal. Question number 4. In what city did Babe Ruth hit his first professional home run on March 7th, 1914? I'll give you a hint. The writer of this quiz is from North Carolina. The answer is Fayetteville, North Carolina. Question number 5. What actor had lead roles in The Quiet Man, The Cowboys, The Longest Day, and McClintock? Those are all roles played by John Wayne. Question number 6. In what year did Daniel Craig and Queen Elizabeth II make a video in which they supposedly parachuted into the London Olympics opening ceremony? The London Olympics were in 2012. Question number 7. What annual event held on the Edinburgh Castle Esplanade showcases British, Commonwealth, and international military bands and artistic performance teams? We were in Edinburgh one year when they were setting up for the Royal Edinburgh Military Tattoo. If you just said military tattoo, that is acceptable. Question number 8. As well as their work in radio and television, what popular comedy duo starred together in a record 36 films between 1940 and 1956? That was the duo of Abbott and Costello. Question number 9. What is the famous natural phenomenon that occurs roughly between February 10th and 27th at Yosemite National Park's Horsetail Falls that is a photographer's delight? What's the nickname for that event? The answer is the firefall. It's when the sun hits the waterfall just right. It's called the firefall. Question number 10. In the U.S., Glacier National Park is the lower half of the Waterton Glacier International Peace Park. What is the upper half, located in Canada, called? The upper half is called the Waterton Lakes National Park. Question number 11. Who was the first solo performer to sell out New York's Madison Square Garden, doing so with 4 shows in 1972? The answer is Elvis Presley. Question number 12. Though he is actually buried in Vienna, Maximilian I designed an elaborate tomb for himself with statues of his ancestors watching over it. This empty tomb is located in a different city. In what country? He is buried in Vienna, his tomb is in Innsbruck, and they are both in the country of Austria. Question number 13. It is said to be good luck to rub the dog's nose. What is the name of the famously loyal Skye Terrier, or Dandy Dinmont, who has an Edinburgh pub named in its honor with a statue of the dog out front? The answer is Greyfriars Bobby. Question number 14. What 70s and 80s heavy metal band takes its name from a medieval torture device with a hinged front and a spike-covered interior? They call that device the Iron Maiden. Iron Maiden is the answer. Question number 15. What popular soap opera was interrupted live on November 22, 1963 by a CBS News bulletin about JFK's shooting? That soap opera was called As the World Turns. Question number 16. The most sacred flower of the Mayan Empire, who regarded as the mother of their gods, what highly fragrant white flower is often planted near shrines to delight the gods? That specific flower is called the tuberose. Question 17. Said to be buried in her husband's family crypt in the St. Louis Cemetery No. 1 in New Orleans, and marked by 3 X's. What is the name of the voodoo queen made famous in legend and song? The answer is Marie Laveau. Question 18. When referring to radio, what do AM and FM stand for? AM is amplitude modulation and FM is frequency modulation. Question number 19. One of only a handful of UNESCO creative sites in the U.S., the National Quilt Museum is located in what city near the confluence of the Tennessee and Ohio rivers? The National Quilt Museum is in Paducah, Kentucky. And question 20. What character roles are represented by Q and M in Ian Fleming's Bond series? Just the roles, not the actors, just the character roles. Q stands for the quartermaster, and M is the head of the MI6. Quartermaster and the head of MI6 are the answers. Question number 1. Doing this 4 times earns a golden sombrero. This feat can happen 4 times in an inning because if it finishes with a wild pitch, the batter can try to reach first base. A K on a baseball scorecard symbolizes what specific baseball stat? The answer is a strikeout. Question number 2. A religion founded in this country practices Ha-Ra-E, which involves washing away sin with water. Monks in this country created rock gardens to aid them in their meditations. Temples for what country's native religion are fronted by red gates called torii? The country we're looking for is Japan. Question number 3. A member of this family said, "The dream shall never die," after Jimmy Carter defeated him for the presidential nomination. Another member of what political family was assassinated by Sirhan Sirhan and served as Attorney General under his brother, who was shot by Lee Harvey Oswald? What is the family name we're looking for here? The answer is Kennedy. It is the Kennedy family. Question number 4. Krista McAuliffe was killed in the failure of this vehicle, which was launched in unusually cold conditions. What was the name of this space shuttle that broke apart during liftoff in 1986? The answer is the Challenger. Question number 5. 2 of these devices with unequal radius are connected in the differential type of this device. Counting sections of rope will find the mechanical advantage of a compound system of these devices known as a block and tackle. Fixed and movable are 2 types of what simple machine? The simple machine that we're looking for is a pulley. Question number 6. The rise in earthquakes in Oklahoma is believed to be related to the rise in what process used in the oil and natural gas industry in which pressurized liquid is used to crack underground rock, allowing the gas or oil to be collected? Specifically, it's called hydraulic fracturing, but if you just said fracking, that's acceptable. Question number 7. The protagonist of this play is envious of Charlie because his son Bernard is arguing a case in front of the Supreme Court. Linda insists that attention must be paid to this play's title man. What is this Arthur Miller play about the demise of Willie Loman? The answer is Death of a Salesman. Question number 8. Rulers of this city included Nabopolassar, who allied with the Medes to fight the Assyrians in the 7th century BC. A terraced building in what ancient Mesopotamian city was legendarily built on the orders of Nebuchadnezzar II, whose wife was homesick for greenery? That terraced building was the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. Babylon is the city we're looking for. Question number 9. The protagonist of this work, Oscar Matzerath, stops growing up at the age of 3 but has the mind of an adult. What is this 1959 Gunter Grass novel set in the Polish city of Danzig, where Oscar swears off playing the title music instrument after the death of his father Alfred? The title music instrument is the tin drum. Question number 10. This piece was written as part of an experiment in modern music and shares some of its themes with songs like Embraceable You and The Man I Love by the same composer. What is this George Gershwin piece, a fusion of classical and jazz music that premiered in 1924 with Gershwin on the piano? George Gershwin was famous for Rhapsody in Blue. Question number 11. In 2009, Chris Hemsworth and Chris Pine united to play George and James Kirk in a J.J. Abrams reboot of this sci-fi franchise. What is this Gene Roddenberry created franchise that returned to television in 2017 with the premiere of Discovery? The answer is Star Trek. Question number 12. Originally called New House Grotesque, the sans serif neo-grotesque typeface was designed by Swiss designers Max Mittinger and Edward Hoffmann in 1957. Named for its Swiss origin, what is the most used typeface family in the world? The answer is Helvetica. Question number 13. The Museum of Modern Art is an art museum located in Midtown Manhattan, New York City, on 53rd Street between 5th and 6th Avenues. This land was once famously occupied by two mansions owned by what prominent New York family? The answer is the Rockefellers. Question number 14. Edward Elgar's concerto for this instrument in E minor was popularized by Jacqueline Dupre. Pablo Casals also played this string instrument, which is slightly smaller than the double bass. Yo-Yo Ma plays what instrument that appears in string quartets with violins and viola? The answer is the cello. Question number 15. When it was released in 1981, the film's storyline was set in the near-future world of 1997 in the crime-ridden United States. Kurt Russell's character Snake Plissken is recruited to save the president from what city, which has been converted into the country's sole maximum security prison? The first one was called Escape from New York. The answer is New York City. Question number 16. John J. Pershing was promoted to the General of the Armies in 1919. The only other general to receive that rank did so posthumously in 1976 as part of the United States' bicentennial celebration. Who was this other general? The only two men to be the U.S. General of the Armies was John J. Pershing and George Washington. Question number 17. After taking the blame for destroying an anatomy book, this character rekindles his relationship with Becky Thatcher. This character lives with his Aunt Polly in St. Petersburg, and Mark Twain created what boy who tricks his friends into whitewashing a fence? This young man's name is Tom Sawyer. Question number 18. A type of American cold or hot sandwich made from cylindrical bread roll split lengthwise and filled with meats, cheeses, vegetables, and condiments it has many different names. The long, thin loaf of bread of which it's made gives it what ship-shaped name? It's called a lot of things, but one of the most popular is a submarine sandwich. Question number 19. Many books in the Tanakh and the Biblical Old Testament have a well-established tradition regarding their authorship. What is the name of this first book of both the Torah and Old Testament, which details the creation of the world and is usually attributed to Moses? That book is Genesis, the book of Genesis. And question 20. As a congressman from Tennessee, this man opposed the Indian Removal Act, and that stance cost him re-election in 1831. What was the name of this politician who later fought in the Texas War for Independence and became known later as the King of the Wild Frontier? The King of the Wild Frontier was Davy Crockett. Question number 1. Since 1910, the cover went through a few changes, during which the border got brighter and the oak leaves became less prominent. Eventually, all that remained of the original cover design of the National Geographic was its border. What color is the iconic magazine's border? The cover of each National Geographic magazine is bordered in yellow. Yellow is the answer. Question number 2. Cities on this bay's northern shores include Annapolis and Baltimore. The Potomac River ultimately flows into what bay that is bounded on the east by the Delmarva Peninsula? The bay we're looking for is the Chesapeake Bay. Question number 3. At the end of the Lord of the Rings film trilogy, this character smiles as he falls into the fires of Mount Doom, having achieved his goal. Andy Serkis played what corrupted hobbit whose only goal is to reclaim his precious? The answer is Gollum, or Smeagol. Question number 4. In this novel, William Collins marries Charlotte Lucas after being rejected by the protagonist. A character in this novel protects Lydia's reputation by bribing George Wickham into marrying her. What is this Jane Austen novel in which Elizabeth Bennet ultimately agrees to marry Mr. Darcy? The answer is Pride and Prejudice. Question number 5. Donatello's Gattamelata commemorates Erasmo de Narni's military prowess by showing him riding one of these animals. This statue inspired a trend of depicting military leaders riding what type of animals? If you said military leaders riding elephants, you're wrong. The answer is, of course, horses. Question number 6. In the early Judeo-Christian tradition of taking many wives, what was the name of the wise king of Israel and the builder of the first temple in Jerusalem, who reportedly had 700 wives and over 300 concubines? This wise king of Israel was Solomon. Question number 7. This man's presidency lasted less than 900 days, the shortest term for any U.S. president who didn't die in office. Who was this Republican politician who lost his only presidential election to Jimmy Carter? He got bumped up to vice president, and then when Nixon resigned, he got bumped up to president, so his first election, he lost. The answer is Gerald Ford. Question number 8. South Korea, Singapore, Hong Kong, and this country are often labeled the 4 Asian tigers for their high-tech economies. What is the name of this island nation whose sovereignty is disputed by its mainland neighbor, China? The island nation we're looking for is Taiwan. Question number 9. The now discredited Titius Bode Law predicted that a missing planet should exist where this region was eventually discovered. What is this region located between the orbits of Mars and Jupiter that contains relatively little mass but more than 1 million objects with a diameter of 1 kilometer or greater? The area where they used to think a planet existed is the asteroid belt. Question number 10. Aphrodite was the lover of this extraordinarily beautiful mortal man and became so distraught at this man's death during a hunt that she caused anemone flowers to bloom where his blood fell. What was the name of this man? This good-looking mortal man was named Adonis. Question number 11. As a teenager, Buffalo Bill Cody worked as a writer for what service that, despite only operating for 1.5 years, transmitted tens of thousands of messages between Missouri and California in the pre-telegraph era? The answer is the Pony Express. Question number 12. Born December 14, 1503, what was the name of the French astrologer, apothecary, physician, and reputed seer who is best known for his book Les Prophéties, a collection of 942 poetic quatrains allegedly predicting future events? The answer is Nostradamus. Question 13. This empire was dissolved by Francis II after Napoleon founded the Confederation of the Rhine. The leader of this empire was appointed by Prince Electors. Charles V was a ruler of what Germanic empire whose emperors were crowned by the Pope? This empire was known as the Holy Roman Empire. Question 14. This city's downtown area is home to a freedom trail where tourists can visit Dorchester Heights, Faneuil Hall, and the Old North Church. Colleges in and around what American city include Emerson College, MIT, and Harvard? The answer is Boston. Question number 15. The word comes from the old German word meaning oak tree. The bark of the oak tree contains what type of acid that was commonly used in turning animal hide into leather? What's the name for that acid? The answer is tannins, or tannic acid. Question number 16. Athens and Sparta feuded in this series of 5th century BC wars. What was the name of this conflict that ended with Athens' navy getting destroyed at Agospotami and Sparta installing the 30 tyrants to control Athens? The answer is the Peloponnesian Wars. Question number 17. The navy of the Ming Dynasty was unsuccessful in its attempts to deal with these criminals. The most successful of what type of criminal, Qing Shi, unified her fleet of 3,000 ships with a law code that required the group inspection of plundered booty? The answer is a pirate, or one who commits piracy. Question number 18. When the lawyer for the plaintiff or the government has finished questioning a witness, the lawyer for the defendant may then question the witness. What is the legal term for the questioning of a witness by the attorney of the adverse party? That is known as cross-examination. Question number 19. Bancroft Hall is the largest single dormitory in the world. Bancroft Hall is home for the entire brigade of 4,400 people, contains some 1,700 rooms, 4.8 miles of corridors, and 33 acres of floor space. At what U.S. Service Academy is Bancroft Hall located? The answer is the United States Naval Academy. And question 20. The existence of this area, which notably did not include Cathasia, explains the widespread distribution of the Lystrosaurus fossils. What landmass formed when Laurasia and Gondwana collided and was first proposed by Alfred Wegener as a result of continental drift? This giant landmass was called Pangaea. What is the term for a deep crack that forms in a glacier or ice sheet that can be a few inches across to anywhere over 40 feet wide? There's a specific term. What is it? That is called a crevasse. Question number 2. What is the form of punishment or execution meted out to sailors at sea where they were tied to a line looped beneath the vessel, thrown overboard, and dragged under the ship's keel? That punishment is called keel hauling, or being keel hauled. Not a good way to go. Question number 3. This sculpture was carved by Michelangelo and captures the moment when Jesus is taken down from the cross and given to his mother Mary. What is the name of this sculpture, the only one signed by the artist? That sculpture is called the Pieta. Question number 4. The movie he appears in is only one of 3 movies to have won all 5 major awards. What person won the Oscar for Best Actor while appearing on the screen for only 16 minutes? The answer is Anthony Hopkins. Question number 5. Vikings used to gift new brides with kittens to honor which goddess of love, beauty, fertility, and gold, who rides a chariot pulled by 2 cats? The answer is Freya. Question number 6. In June of 1991, this country declared its independence from Yugoslavia and became an independent sovereign state. What is the only country in the world with the word love in its name? The answer is Slovenia. Question number 7. A small peninsula known as Quadi Head is just over 3,000 miles from the continent. Which state is the closest U.S. state to the continent of Africa? As the crow flies, the closest is the state of Maine. Question number 8. Who was the American cult leader who founded Heaven's Gate and organized a mass suicide of 39 of his members in 1997, which is the largest mass suicide to occur in the United States? His name was Marshall Applewhite. Question number 9. His punishment was to be chained to a rock where an eagle ate part of his liver for eternity. Prometheus was a Greek god punished by Zeus for stealing what from the Olympians and giving to humanity? Prometheus famously stole fire from the gods. Question number 10. On May 4th, 1970, the Ohio National Guard fired on a peace rally at which university where students were protesting the Vietnam War that resulted in the death of 4 students? The answer is Kent State University. Question number 11. Inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, they originally recorded as Tom and Jerry. Who is this popular 1960s American folk rock duo that were featured in the 1967 film The Graduate? This duo was Simon and Garfunkel. Question number 12. Developed in the early 20th century by a German physical trainer, what is this type of mind-body exercise that can improve balance and help muscle conditioning in adults? The exercise we're looking for is Pilates. Question number 13. Founded at Stanford University in 1994 by Jerry Yang and David Filo and called Jerry and David's Guide to the World Wide Web, what is the current name of this website? I think they should have stuck with the original. Now they call it Yahoo. Question 14. Although native to the Mediterranean region with the other cabbage species, what plant first appeared in the 13th century and had their name derived by being cultivated near a specific European capital? This small member of the cabbage family was Brussels sprouts. Question 15. Though the origin of the name remains a mystery, U-Haul trucks have a small storage area ideal for smaller, fragile items that appears above the driver's cab and is known as what? You'll see it printed on most of the truck. That area is called Mom's Attic. Question 16. What plant, known for its edible oily seeds and its use in cooking, is commonly accepted as first domesticated in Mexico around 2100 BC, and now over 50% of this crop is produced in Russia and Ukraine? The answer is the sunflower. Question number 17. Winner of the 1921 Nobel Prize in Physics, Albert Einstein was unable to secure a teaching job and instead worked as an assistant examiner in what kind of office? Albert Einstein worked at a patent office. He was a patent clerk. Question number 18. What famous voice actor, called the Man of 1,000 Voices, is known worldwide for his work in the golden age of American animation and has an epitaph that reads, "That's all, folks"? The voice of a lot of the Looney Tunes, the answer is Mel Blanc. Question 19. What 1968 Roman Polanski film follows a young pregnant woman living in Manhattan who suspects her elderly neighbors are members of a satanic cult who want to use her baby in their rituals? Haven't seen that one, probably not going to. The answer is Rosemary's Baby. Too scary for me. And question 20. Who is the Australian supermodel known for her record 5 cover appearances for the Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue that was nicknamed The Body? The answer is Elle Macpherson. Question number 1. As the story goes, William T. Stead, an English newspaper editor, spent his last 2 hours alive quietly reading a book in the lounge as the Titanic sank. What was the book by Owen Wister about a cowboy referred to only by the eastern state he comes from that accompanied Stead to a watery grave? That cowboy was the Virginian. Question number 2. The world's largest arthropod is found on islands in the Indian and South Pacific Oceans and can weigh 9 pounds, be over 3 feet wide, climb palm trees, and carry off and eat anything left on the ground, including corpses. Thankfully, it is not a predator, but what is the name of this giant crustacean? Google it after the quiz. Coconut crab. It's a thing of your nightmares. Question number 3. Veil, vile, live, and evil are an example of this type of literary device in which a word or phrase is obtained by rearranging the letters of another one. All letters are used once and none are added or substituted. What is this word puzzle whose name may stem from Greek for hidden word or right again? The answer is an anagram. Question number 4. In 1692, this wicked Caribbean city was struck by a 7.5 earthquake that caused it to sink below sea level, where it remains today as a UNESCO World Heritage Site. The quake and the following tsunami killed over 2,000 people. What was this notorious pirate hangout? The answer is Port Royal, Jamaica. Question number 5. In the early 20th century, the Axeman haunted the New Orleans streetcars. Sitting behind an unsuspecting girl, he would stealthily cut off her long braid, then vanish before she'd realize she'd been shorn. Today's Axeman doesn't collect pigtails but is an essential part of a good rock band. What does he do? Today, an Axeman is a nickname for a guitar player, so he plays guitar. Question number 6. The Donner Party's misfortunes began when they started for California late. Worse, they believed a charlatan who convinced them to take a shortcut that proved longer and more difficult than the established route. This shortcut, named for him, is still marked on modern atlases and is called what? The Donner Party infamously took the Hastings Cutoff. Hastings Cutoff is the answer. Question number 7. In the Cajun Night Before Christmas, St. Nicholas doesn't wear a red suit, but a muskrat one. Nor does he ride in a sleigh drawn by flying reindeer, but in a skiff hauled by Thibaut, Suzette, Renee, Nanette, Pierre, Alcie, Celeste, and Gaston, which are what kind of creature? Santa's skiff is hauled by alligators. Question number 8. This movie, loosely based on a Capcom game series, stars Jean-Claude Van Damme as Guile, Kylie Minogue as Cammy, and Ming-Na Wen as Chun-Li. But it is Raul Julia's over-the-top performance as villain M. Bison that earned him a Saturn Award and made the film a commercial success. What is the title? This video game movie was called Street Fighter. Question number 9. At the 1981 Indy 500, during a pit stop, a hose malfunctioned, spraying driver Rick Mears and his crew with the fuel that ignited. Mears was seen trying to yank off his helmet and beat out his burning clothes, but there were no visible flames or smoke. What kind of fuel caused this eerie phenomenon? He felt it, but no one could see it. The answer is methanol. Question number 10. Many of Anne Rule's true crime books have been adapted for TV, including Small Sacrifices and Dead by Sunset. One of the most frightening is her own true account of unknowingly working side by side and even making friends with serial killer Ted Bundy at a woman's clinic. What is its title? That book was called The Stranger Beside Me. Question number 11. This flatfish is born with one eye on each side of its head, but due to its habit of lying on one side at the bottom of the sea, a mature fish will usually have both eyes on the upper side of its face. A tasty fish, despite its uncanny looks, the Little Mermaid Ariel has a friend named for it. What is this fish called? The answer is flounder. Question number 12. In a viral video by stop-motion artist Tomostein, two cat pencil holders squabble over who gets to hold the pencil. A silver alien cat beams down from a UFO and ends the fight by teaching them a dance set to a lively folk tune, Levin Polka. From what country does this tune originate? Levin Polka comes from Finland. Question 13. A raven croaks as Duncan enters Macbeth's castle. An owl screeches after Duncan is murdered, and, like monstrous hawks, Macbeth's henchmen descend on Macduff's family and kill them all. Upon finding this out, a stunned Macduff says, "What? All my pretty chickens and their damn..." Finish the sentence. What four words come next? The answer is at one fell swoop. You gotta know your Shakespeare to get that one right. Question 14. Long ago, fairies were as tall as humans, possessors of a powerful dark magic and amoral. One way an unwary human could be zapped to the dread fairy realm was to walk around a church widdershins, or contrary to the sun's motion, turning always to the left. In our time, we call this direction what? Formerly calling it counterclockwise, I will from this point forward only be saying widdershins. Question 15. The Chiricahua, the Mescallero, and the Jicarilla are branches of a tribe who fought the invading Spanish and Mexicans for centuries and the U.S. Army to the end of the Indian Wars. Chiefs Cochise, Mangus Coloradus, and Geronimo led what people who proved to be fierce warriors and shrewd tacticians? The answer is the Apache. Question number 16. This beautiful Hindu goddess of love, mercy, and devotion is the chief consort of Krishna, the blue-skinned god of protection, compassion, and love. Unlike Parvati and Shiva, the two never married. An Australian actress who starred in Pitch Black and Silent Hill shares her name. Which is what? The answer is Radha. Question 17. Edward of Woodstock, son of Edward III, was one of the top English commanders during the 100 Years' War. Although he died in 1376, he received what famous nickname about 160 years later, either for the color of his shield or his dark reputation for brutality towards his enemy? They called Sir Edward of Woodstock the Black Prince. Question number 18. In 1903, in Chicago, a matinee of Mr. Bluebeard played to a sellout audience, mostly children. An arc light ignited a curtain and a fire quickly spread. People panicked and many were trampled. Others died from the smoke and the flames. What was this place where over 600 people died from watching a play? That infamous theater is the Iroquois Theater in Chicago, Illinois. Question 19. The elvish port city from which ships departed for the Undying Lands lay on Eriador's west coast. The last ship to depart, never to return, carried away wizard Gandalf, elves Galadriel and Elrond, and hobbits Bilbo and Frodo. What are this city and its twin across the Gulf of Loon called? The answer is the Grey Havens. And question 20. Electric current is proportional to voltage and inversely proportional to resistance, as shown in the formula V equals I times R, where V is voltage, I is current, and R is resistance. This axiom, sharing the name of the unit of resistance and of the physicist who discovered it in 1827, is known as what? The answer is Ohm's Law. Question number 1. Varieties of these creatures include the macaroni and the rockhopper types, as well as one species named for Magellan. What are these creatures that Morgan Freeman narrated a popular 2005 documentary about? That documentary was called March of the Penguins. Penguins is the answer. Question number 2. The video game Overwatch helped pioneer the use of these in-game items that are virtual containers that hold rewards. What is the common name for the consumable virtual item which can be redeemed to receive a randomized selection of further virtual items? If you're a kid, you know what I'm talking about. If you have kids, you've probably heard the term a loot box, or a loot crate would be fine also. Loot box is what we're looking for. Question number 3. Examples of these metals include sodium and lithium. What is the name for these metals which make up group 1 of the periodic table that react violently when dropped in water and may even explode? The answer is alkali. Question number 4. This building once contained a giant statue of Athena sculpted by Phidias, which was originally gilded and painted in a colorful style. What is the name of this temple, which sits on the Acropolis and once contained the Elgin marbles? The answer is the Parthenon. Question number 5. Jazz trumpet player Louis Armstrong was born in New Orleans, Louisiana, appeared in many films, and is best known for his renditions of It's a Wonderful World and Hello Dolly. What is the most common nickname of Louis Armstrong? It stands for Satchel Mouth, but they call him Satchmo. Satchmo is the answer we're looking for. Question number 6. By accident, he found that mold from the soil killed deadly bacteria without injuring human tissue, and for doing so, he received the Nobel Prize in 1954. What is the name of this Scottish scientist who discovered penicillin? The answer is Alexander Fleming. Question number 7. In 1989, the Velvet Revolution took place in this modern-day country's Wenceslas Square. The Charles Bridge, a setting for the film Mission Impossible, spans the Vltava River in what Central European country? And I know I probably mispronounced at least 2 words there, and I apologize. The answer is the Czech Republic. Question number 8. This film features Stanley Tucci as Cadenza, who was turned into a harpsichord. Josh Gad plays the flamboyant LeFou in this film, who sings how no one is slick as or quick as his friend Gaston. What is the title of this 2017 live-action remake of a 1991 animated Disney film? The answer is Beauty and the Beast. Question number 9. This shepherd's sacrificial offering found favor with God, but his brother's offering of vegetables was rejected. What is the name of this younger son of Adam and Eve, the first murder victim according to Genesis? The answer is Abel, Cain's little brother Abel. Question number 10. What is the name of the Victorian British author whose 1885 work featuring 8 stories, mostly set in India, included The Law for the Wolves, which states that the strength of the pack is in the wolf, and the strength of the wolf is in the pack? The answer is Rudyard Kipling from his Jungle Book 2. Question number 11. Most organisms that undergo this process are cyanobacteria, and this process takes place in the chloroplasts in plants. What is the name of this process which converts carbon dioxide and water to sugar using light energy? The answer is photosynthesis. Question number 12. This ruler was targeted in the Rodolphi and the Throckmorton plots, but both were foiled by this ruler's spymaster, Francis Walsingham. Who was this monarch that gave the Tilbury speech after a victory at the Battle of Gravelines, which repelled the Spanish Armada? The answer is Elizabeth I. Question number 13. This god's cult center was Heliopolis, and he was associated with Khepri, who was depicted as a scarab beetle. What is the name of this ancient Egyptian god of the sun, one of the chief gods in Egyptian mythology? The answer is Ra. Question number 14. Leon Foucault used one of these objects to demonstrate the rotation of the Earth. A row of these objects forms a common desk toy called Newton's cradle, and these objects are also found in grandfather clocks. What are these harmonic oscillators, the simplest of which is mass on a string? The answer is pendulums. Question number 15. In order to crack this German code, Polish and British cryptographers designed mechanical devices called bombs. What was the name of this supposedly unbreakable code that was finally cracked by codebreakers at Bletchley Park? The answer is the Enigma code. Question number 16. What is the term for the institution or public office under the leadership of an Islamic steward with a similar name, a person who is considered a political religious successor to the Islamic prophet Muhammad and a leader of the entire Muslim world? What's the overall term for the institution or public office under the leadership of that Islamic steward? That is known as a caliphate. That steward is known as a caliph. Question number 17. In this 2005 novel, Rudy Steiner idolizes Jesse Owens, and Liesel Meminger works with her foster parents Hans and Rosa Huberman to hide the Jewish boxer Max Vanderberg. What is the title of this Holocaust novel narrated by death and set in Nazi Germany? The novel was from 2005. Fairly recent. It's called The Book Thief. Question number 18. The movement of these objects was studied by James Forbes, who researched these objects' basal sliding. These objects grow at an accumulation zones and shrink at ablation zones. What are these objects which can accumulate debris and form drumlins from ground moraine? I almost don't even know what I'm saying, but all of those terms have to deal with glaciers. So moraine, drumlins, stuff like that, glaciers. Anyways, question 19. This element's oxide leads to acid rain, and this element was formerly called brimstone. What is the modern name of this element whose compounds are known for their rotten egg smell that is symbolized with an S? The answer is sulfur. And question 20. The book ends with him casting a spell on Morgan to sleep for 1300 years. What is the name of this wizard, the main antagonist in A Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court, who resents Morgan for replacing him as King Arthur's chief advisor? The trick with wizard questions is elimination. So You know it's not Dumbledore. You know it's not Gandalf. It's got to be Merlin. Merlin is the answer. Question number 1. Having this body part makes keeping our balance much easier, but it is not necessary. Because of its location, it is often an injured part. Where specifically in the human body would you find the hallux? The answer is the big toe. Question number 2. Many quilt patterns were rooted in African traditions brought to North America by slaves. Some patterns, used in a certain order, displayed on clotheslines or fences, were codes to escaping slaves on how to travel using what system of transportation? This specific system of transportation is the Underground Railroad. Question number 3. Elvis Presley performed the first concert to be broadcast live via satellite on January 14, 1973. The show cost $2.5 million to produce, and it celebrates its 50th anniversary this year. In which state did Elvis perform this historic concert? The answer is Hawaii. Live from Hawaii. Question number 4. Located in the Borders region near Midlothian, Scotland, featuring mysterious symbolism and ornate stonework such as the Apprentice Pillar, what is the name of the building founded in 1446 by Sir William St. Clair that was famously depicted in the 2006 movie The Da Vinci Code? The answer is the Rosslyn Chapel. Question number 5. A word coined in 1977 from the Latin cruca or crux and the Latin verbum describes someone who has the occupation of creating a pastime for many of us who enjoy crossword puzzles. What is this word? From the Latin, we call someone who creates crossword puzzles a cruciverbalist. Question number 6. This number tells the total number of books in the King James Version of the Bible. When you add a digit to that number, it tells the number of the beast named in Revelation 13. What are these two numbers? I need both sets of numbers. There are 66 books of the Bible, and the mark of the beast is 666. Question number 7. Although the town of Custer and Custer State Park are in South Dakota, the site commonly referred to as Custer's Last Stand lies in another state. In what state did the 1876 Battle of the Little Bighorn occur? The answer is Montana. Question number 8. He has an entrance to Yellowstone National Park, a Nimitz-class aircraft carrier, and a toy named for him. Who is this man who was also the first U.S. president to fly in an airplane, the youngest U.S. president ever, and is one of the 4 faces on Mount Rushmore? The answer is Theodore Roosevelt. Question number 9. It has a fabulous orangery added by Queen Anne, and it was the birthplace of Queen Victoria. And a sea of tribute flowers enveloped its gates when Princess Diana died. What is the name of this London royal residence that was first used by William III and Mary II? The answer is Kensington Palace. Question number 10. In 1086, William the Conqueror surveyed all lands, animals, etc. owned by the people. Not used to such prying into their business, the English felt they were being called up before God at the end of the world. What was this survey called? And I need somebody from the UK to tell me how to specifically say this. I believe it's pronounced the Doomsday Book, even though it's spelled the Domesday Book. Somebody from England, let me know. Question number 11. The Breakers Mansion in Newport, Rhode Island, Florham in Madison, New Jersey, and Biltmore Estate in Asheville, North Carolina are 3 of the 10 largest mansions in the U.S., all built for various members of what family? The answer is the Vanderbilts. Question number 12. What do a mockingbird named Dick, silkworms, various cows and horses, Bill the lizard, Josiah the badger, Whiskers the goat, Socks the cat, Fala and Barney the Scotties, and Macaroni the pony all have in common? All of those animals have been previous pets at the White House. Question number 13. If you were to cross over any of the following mountain passes, Badger, Bitterroot, Bobcat, Eagle, Bull of the Woods, Last Horse, Coulter, Cutbank, Hell Roaring, Inspiration, or Hoodoo, what state would you be in? If you thought because we already had a Montana question we wouldn't have another, you're wrong. The answer, Montana. Question number 14. Inventor of the first practical sewing machine to use thread from 2 different sources to form a lock stitch, he sued Singer for producing a later machine based on the same design. He was later paid tribute by the Beatles in their movie Help. Who is he? The movie Help was dedicated to Elias Howe. Question number 15. When traveling the snowy western Wyoming mountains, a group of French explorers named what we now know as the Grand Tetons near Jackson Hole, Wyoming, Les Trois Tetons. What does this phrase translate into in English? Those male explorers were clearly missing home at the time. Let's just say it translates into the 3 female chest features. Question number 16. Busby, Owen and Owens, and Teague are some of the founding families of the utilitarian pottery or earthenware craft and its subsequent expansion as a hugely popular art form in what aptly named area of central North Carolina? This earthenware craft is popular in Jugtown. Question number 17. As immortalized in Alabama's song Shaggin' on the Boulevard, the Porto Call, the Spanish Galleon, Mother Fletcher's, the Bowery, Sloppy Joe's, and the Carousel all could be found in what popular South Carolina location in the 1970s? The answer is Myrtle Beach. Question number 18. Bev Doolittle is famous for her Western paintings portraying Indians and animals hidden in snowy scenes and reflected in the water. What is her genre of optical illusion artwork better known as? The answer is camouflage art. Question number 19. First released in 1953 and invented by Harley Earl, it was not terribly popular. Later redesigned by Zora Arkus Duntov, it became an icon. What sports car has its own museum in Bowling Green, Kentucky? The answer is the Chevrolet Corvette. And question 20. This Old West town was the setting for an HBO television series from 2004 to 2006. What is the name of the town whose Mount Moriah Cemetery is also the final resting place for Wild Bill Hickok, Calamity Jane, and Potato Creek Johnny? The Old West town we're looking for is Deadwood, South Dakota. Question number 1. One can flow only in one direction, whereas the other can flow in two directions. What are the abbreviations for the two types of electric currents? The answer is AC and DC. Getting started with a little rock and roll trivia. Question number 2. When severe bleeding cannot be stopped by direct pressure on the wound or by applying pressure to a pressure point, you should consider using what kind of simple field medical device? The word we're looking for is a tourniquet. Question number 3. What is the name of the canine protagonist in Jack London's 1903 novel, The Call of the Wild? The answer is Buck. Question number 4. What is the acronym for the fictional committee whose primary goal is to assign nautical origins to everything? The committee to assign nautical origins to everything is called Canoe. Question number 5. Paso Peruviano, or the Peruvian horse, is a breed closely related to a type of horse that was brought by what Spanish conquistador in 1531 to what is now Peru? His name was Francisco Pizarro. Question number 6. Written by Wilson Rawls and published in 1961, in what children's novel does Billy Coleman name his two pups Old Dan and Little Ann? The answer is Where the Red Fern Grows. Question number 7. Many historians say the age of digital communication really began with what American inventor of the telegraphic code that bears his name? The answer is Morse. Samuel Morse. Question number 8. Growing up to 60 feet long, what type of animal is the largest known animal without a backbone? The world's largest invertebrate that we know about is the giant squid. But who knows what's all down there? Question number 9. What historic document is the one most associated with the man whose personal residence was at Monticello? That man was Thomas Jefferson. That document is the Declaration of Independence. Question number 10. In the medical field, when a doctor uses the term pulmonary, he is most likely referring to, relating to, or dealing with what organ? The answer is lungs. Question number 11. What is the first and last name of the woman who became First Lady upon the resignation of Richard Nixon in 1974? Her name was Betty Ford. Question number 12. What was the name of the secret police organization that was responsible for internal security within the Third Reich? The answer is the Gestapo. Question number 13. After 1610, practically all expeditions in search of the Northwest Passage entered Arctic waters through what strait that was named for a lost English navigator? That man was Henry Hudson. It's called the Hudson Strait. Question number 14. What is the name for the region of Europe that consists of the Faroe Islands, Iceland, Finland, Denmark, Sweden, and Norway? That region is known as Scandinavia. Question number 15. What is the collective name for venomous snakes with hollow fangs to transmit venom and a pair of heat-sensing holes located at the fronts of their heads? Collectively, we know them as pit vipers. Question number 16. Which one of Newton's laws states, whenever one body exerts force upon a second body, the second body exerts an equal and opposite force upon the first body? That comes from Newton's third law. Question number 17. In aquatic animals, the highly vascularized tissues with large surface area specialized for gas exchange comprise what organs? The organ we're looking for now is called the gills. Question number 18. The Balkan Peninsula juts crooked fingers southward from Europe into the eastern Mediterranean. What is the great civilization that developed on the southern end of this peninsula? The answer is the Greek, or Greece. Question number 19. What is the 6-syllable adjective that indicates substances that are able to be decomposed by bacteria or other living organisms? If something can be decomposed by living organisms, it is biodegradable. And question 20. In 1789, what new radioactive element was found and named after a planet that was discovered only 8 years earlier? The answer is uranium. Question number 1. There are 28 states with names from Native American words, 11 with English names, 6 with Spanish names, 3 from the French, 1 from the Dutch, and only 1 from American history. What is the name of that state? It was referencing our first president. The answer is Washington. Question number 2. It is used to decorate the piece and to seal the clay surfaces. What is the general term for the thin, glass-like coatings of a fused mixture that are joined at high temperatures to ceramic objects? This is one thing I do remember from high school art class. Before you use the bowl for cereal, you have to put glaze on it. It has to be glazed before you can fill it with milk. Question number 3. In a 1990 science fiction novel by Michael Crichton, one of the main characters turns the island of Isla Nublar into a zoo. What is the name of this zoo that never did open to the public in either the original story or the sequel? It wasn't until the second movie trilogy that Jurassic Park opened, and it was under the name Jurassic World. Question number 4. The Tripartite Pact was signed in 1940, and it was originally intended to deter the United States from entering the war. In keeping with the terms of the pact, which 2 countries declared war on the United States shortly after the United States declared war on Japan? After the US declared war on Japan, Italy and Germany declared war on the US. Question number 5. Found in caves about 15 miles from Jerusalem between 1947 and 1956, what was discovered that has been called the most significant manuscript revelation of modern times? What was the name of those manuscripts? The name we're looking for is the Dead Sea Scrolls. Question number 6. What is the name of the ethnic group that used boats with outriggers and double-hulled canoes to sail vast distances to colonize the Pacific Ocean about 2,000 years ago? The people we're looking for are the Polynesian people. Polynesian is the answer. Question number 7. What memorial in Washington, D.C. features a pool, eagles, 2 flagpoles, a freedom wall with thousands of gold stars, 2 huge arches, and pillars for each of the states and the territories? What's the name of that memorial? The answer is the World War II Memorial. Question number 8. In the 15th century, many ship captains, mapmakers, astronomers, and geographers took advantage of the first school of navigation that was established in Portugal by what prince? This Portuguese prince was Prince Henry. They called him Prince Henry the Navigator. Question number 9. Legend says that what lady was a beautiful maiden, renowned for her hair, until she violated the temple of Minerva, who transformed her hair into serpents and made her face so terrible that all who looked on it were turned to stone? This once beautiful lady turned hideous monster is Medusa. Question number 10. Before it was dethroned by the Surat Diamond Bourse, completed in 2022 with 7.1 million square feet of floor space, what 6.5 million square foot building held the record of the world's largest office building for 80 years? So the current record holder is the Surat Diamond Bourse. The old one is the Pentagon. Question number 11. What is the name of the odorless, colorless gas that in the stratosphere provides a protective shield against ultraviolet radiation and in the troposphere is a major component of photochemical smog? The answer is ozone. Question number 12. Because the efforts are traditionally conducted in rooms and hallways just off the Senate and House chambers, the practice of attempting to persuade members of Congress to support or oppose pieces of legislation is called what? What do they call that when people or companies try to convince members of Congress to support or oppose legislation? They call that lobbying. Question number 13. Much of what we know today of painting and sculpture, of architecture and political science, of scientific method and economic theory, we owe to the artists, politicians, statesmen, bankers, and merchants of what period between 1300 and 1600? The answer is the Renaissance. Question number 14. What term, used early in Edgar Allan Poe's The Raven for a hinged window covering, is also the name of a device on cameras that controls the duration of a photographic exposure? The term we're looking for is a shutter. Shutter is the answer. Question 15. The most fortunate fleet, also known as the Spanish Armada, was made up of roughly 150 ships and 18,000 men, and was the fleet which the Habsburg King Philip II of Spain used in an attempt to invade what country in 1588? The answer is England. Question number 16. In 1940, German forces under Erwin Rommel tried to capture Egypt, and what logistically and strategically important man-made waterway by controlling the North African coast? This waterway is called the Suez Canal. Question number 17. The state in which both Jefferson Davis, the President of the Confederacy, and Abraham Lincoln, the President of America, were born in is the home of what national park that is of special interest to speleologists? Speleologists are interested in caves, and Mammoth Cave National Park is the big one in Kentucky. Question number 18. Carl Linnaeus invented the system of binomial nomenclature by which each organism could be named by combining its genus and species names. These names were given in what language? The answer is Latin. Question number 19. In 1945, the Japanese manufactured hundreds of Nakajima Ki-115 Surigis. These easy-to-build planes had a reusable undercarriage that was jettisoned after takeoff, since the planes were built for a single one-way mission. Pilots of these planes were called what? Pilots for the one-way mission were called kamikazes. And question 20. It has been variously interpreted as representing royal power, a book on alchemy, riches of the East, a cult image of Zeus in the form of a ram, a breed of sheep, and a method of writing in gold on parchment. In any case, what is this object of a quest by Jason and his nautical adventurers? Jason and his Argonauts were on a quest to find the Golden Fleece.
Hi guys, welcome to Road Trivia. My name is Nathan. You might be wondering why I'm here. Well, I told Ben his channel was boring. He invited me over on his channel to help him out. We started with 21 questions, so good luck, guys.
All right, that is my buddy Nathan. It is a true story. He did tell me my channel was boring. He gave me a few pointers on how to make my channel more interesting. One of them was less questions. So I don't know if you guys agree with the less questions on the trivia channel, but he seemed pretty sure that was part of the problem, so he did agree to come over and help me introduce today's episode, which is day number 243, and you heard the man. There are 21 questions. Good luck. Question number 1. Back of Burke, Tucker Bag, Chewy, Swag, Barbie, Give It a Burl, Palmy Shower, and Matilda are all slang words and phrases that are most often heard coming from citizens of what country? I've never been there, but apparently these are things they say in Australia. Question number 2. April 12, 1961, just 5 days before the failed invasion of Cuba at the Bay of Pigs, what was the name of the Soviet astronaut who made history by becoming the first human in space? His name was Yuri Gagarin. Question number 3, characterized by 4-part harmony without instrumental accompaniment, or a cappella, the 4 voices in a traditional barbershop quartet are the lead, the bass, the tenor, and what 4th voice, which frequently completes the chord? The answer is the baritone. Question number 4. As opposed to disproportionate dwarfism occurring in isolated cases in a population, what term do anthropologists use to describe the phenotype of endemic short stature of populations, which the adult men on average are less than 150 centimeters or 4 foot 11 inches tall? What's the name if, in general, the whole population of men are short? The word we're looking for is pygmeism, or pygmies. Question number 5, containing elements from numerous traditional dances, including some from the 17th century England and the 18th century French cotillions. In what kind of dancing are these moves found? Forward and back, ladies' chain, right and left grand, promenade, weave the ring, and do-si-do. That last one might give it away. Do-si-do in a square dance. Question number 6. We said there weren't no home like a raft after all. Other places do seem so cramped up and smothery, but a raft don't. You feel mighty free and easy and comfortable on a raft. This line is from what Mark Twain book? That book was The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn. Question number 7. What is the title of the 1962 novel that was the first book of Madeleine L'Engle's trilogy, which also includes these titles: 1973's A Wind in the Door and 1978's A Swiftly Tilting Planet? The first book in that trilogy was A Wrinkle in Time. Question number 8. 2 major setbacks to the Apollo project occurred with the tragic fire on Apollo 1 that killed 3 astronauts, and with which other Apollo mission in which an oxygen tank ruptured while the vessel was in orbit? That Apollo mission was Apollo 13. Question number 9. What is the term that is derived from the Latin word for crown, which indicates the luminous envelope of ionized gases surrounding the sun that is often the only thing visible during eclipses? Derived from the Latin word for crown, the answer is corona. Question number 10. When plants died in great swamps 300 million years ago, they fell into the water and sank. Great thick layers of the dead plants accumulated, and in time, these thick layers rotted and formed a spongy brown material called what? We call that spongy brown material peat. Question number 11. Which amendment to the U.S. Constitution guarantees the rights of criminal defendants, including the right to a public trial without unnecessary delay, the right to a lawyer, the right to an impartial jury, and the right to know who your accusers are and the nature of the charges and evidence against you? We're just looking for the number of the amendment to the Constitution. The answer is the 6th Amendment. Question number 12. Built around 1370 as part of the defenses of Paris, it was converted into a prison in the 17th century and housed mainly political prisoners. The storming and demolition of what structure in 1789 by a large crowd is the symbol for the beginning of the French Revolution? The storming of the Bastille. Question number 13. In evolutionary biology, organisms sometimes evolve the ability to avoid fatal encounters by deceiving predators into treating them as something else. What is this form of defensive imitation called? In biology, that defensive imitation is known as mimicry. Question number 14. The Pacific Railway Act of 1862 authorized the construction of a transcontinental railroad that linked the city of San Francisco, California in the west to what Nebraska City in the east? The answer is Omaha. Question number 15. Around the year 432, what missionary and future saint changed the course of Irish history by traveling around the island, preaching peace and converting the Irish chieftains to Christianity? The answer is St. Patrick. Question number 16. On August 31st, 1997, Britain's Princess Diana died at age 36 from massive internal injuries suffered in a high-speed car crash, reportedly after being pursued by photographers. This crash occurred shortly after midnight in what city? The answer is Paris, France. Question number 17. What is the Italian city that is buried in ashes for nearly 1,600 years along with Pompeii that was named for the Greek hero associated with the Lernaean Hydra, the Hind of Cyrenia, the Erymanthian Boar, and the Aegean Stables? And I probably mispronounced 4 words in that. I apologize. But he was Hercules. The city is Herculaneum. Question number 18. Because of the length of the lunar cycle, February can never have one. But the other 11 months can. What is the name of the second appearance when 2 full moons occur within 1 calendar month? The second appearance is called a blue moon. Question 19. Before the cartridge-based systems replaced the percussion cap systems, the percussion cap setup replaced what firing mechanism that was used on most pistols and rifles in the 17th and 18th centuries? What was the firing mechanism used on most pistols and rifles in the 17th and 18th century? I'll give you credit if you say anything flint-based. Flintlock is the word we're looking for, but if you said flint-based, that's fine. And question 20. The Juliette Gordon Low Historic District in Savannah, Georgia, includes the site of the first meeting of what enduring organization that began in 1912 and has had over 50 million members since then? If you know who Juliette Gordon Low is, you'll know that she founded the Girl Scouts. Girl Scouts is the answer.